let us get prepared to start. All right. I want to thank everyone in the audience for your patience as we transitioned out of closed session. I'm going to go ahead and call our meeting to order at 7:39 p.m. and ask our city clerk to please conduct the roll.
Mayor Source.
Present.
Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Present.
Council members Gordon.
Present.
Ledeju. Matulik.
Present.
Matias.
Here.
Palmaris.
Present.
All right. Thank you. That is going to bring us to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask everyone to please stand and join us for the pledge. All right, thank you all. We just came out of a closed session, so I'll ask our city attorney if we have a report out from closed session.
My apologies. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The City Council did meet this evening in closed session. Sorry, with regard to the following items. Item A, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives, the city manager and the human resources director, the employee organizations, the Vallejo Police Officers Association, and unrepresented employees. There was no action taken with regard to that item. Item B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, 3 cases. One of those cases was discussed, no action was taken, and 2 were not reached this evening due to time constraints. And item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. With regard to that item, there are a list of cases that go on for 3 pages, that are all of the city's currently active litigation cases. This was our regular quarterly report that we give to the council on the status of those litigation cases, and there is no action to report at this time.
All right, thank you. We don't have any presentations and commendations this evening, so that's going to bring us to item 6, which is our first community forum. I'm going to ask Manny to open up our public comment period. We've got 15 minutes for our first community forum, so we'll start with our in-person speakers. How many do we have at this time?
We have 14 currently.
We have 14. Let's call the first 5, and then we'll make a decision about how we feel. All right.
Okay. The first speaker, I believe, is Courtney Davis.
Forgot how one of these work. Good evening, City Manager, council members, Mayor Source. This evening, I come to you. My name is Courtney Davis, and I am the founder of Tabby Moms, serving parents and caregivers here in the city of Vallejo and all of Solano County. But tonight, I'm representing myself as a mother. This past Saturday, outside our office on Florida and Marin, I had a disturbing encounter while 2 of my 3 children were with me. After waiting in our car for nearly 10 minutes, hoping 2 women who were prostitutes would move to the next quarter so my children wouldn't have to see them. I got out calmly and asked one of them to not linger outside of our building. And instead of just acknowledging that there's kids in close radar, I was instead there was vulgar language thrown at me, and even a taser as a way of threatening me. In that moment, my mentor, the owner of the building where we operate out of, called 911, in which our officers did respond. But we know, just like them, that is a one-time Band-Aid type of fix. The amount of prostitution and violence has increased in that neighborhood, and we have been there for over a year. My children often come with me to my office. They had to witness their mother, who is a master's level behavioral health clinician, get threatened in the moment. I have the tools to navigate this with my children. But to my children, I am mom. We are asking the city to move forward with solutions. We are fully aware there are ordinances. There's an ordinance out here that it seems like it's stuck. And we need to really look at how do we move forward and address the issues and the concerns that many of the residents who live and work in that area are supported and served by the city of Vallejo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Schuschel.
Good evening. For years, numerous criminal acts have been occurring in the Vallejo Police Department that have been swept under the rug. This criminality not only puts the city at extreme financial risk, but has created a toxic culture that affects the quality of policing in our community. City Council needs to hire an independent investigator who reports directly to City Council. And the purpose of that would be to determine the extent of criminality, the potential liability the city faces, and what needs to be done to ensure these acts are eradicated. And I want to highlight a couple, and I use the word known acts. These have been published. Citizen complaints against Vallejo officers were kept from lawyers who were trying to show that the inappropriate use of force used against their clients were not isolated incidents. Numerous complaints against an officer, at least in court, can often lead to larger settlements. In total, 150 of these complaints have been hidden. As this evidence was illegally withheld, these lawyers now have the ability to reopen their claims against the city for larger settlements and punitive damages, which could lead to our city's bankruptcy again. I would ask who was involved and who approved hiding these complaints. And I would also ask, is this practice still occurring? At least one uncertifiable officer was hired, and that means someone who by law should never have been hired by any police department. Who allowed this to occur, and is this practice still continuing? Former Deputy Police Chief Gomez stated he was offered a bribe of $100,000 to leave Vallejo. I would ask who offered the bribe and who authorized the $100,000, and was it even legal to offer that? 4, a murder case was alleged to have been dropped in which a Vallejo police officer was falsifying his time card when visiting one of the members of the family who was the person who was involved in the murder. Who was involved, and will this case be reopened? Another one is, what inappropriate uses of force have been hidden from the public? Open Vallejo recently highlighted one new case. How many more exist? And who was involved in the badge bending and who kept it hidden? If there is not a truly independent investigation, what's City Council's alternative? And I just want to make this last final statement. The public no longer trusts the city to investigate itself, and you need to understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Johnson.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Joseph Johnson, located at 450 Clark Drive in Vallejo, California. I have been a citizen and resident of this town for 56 years. And for almost 2 generations, I have been a strong and ardent supporter of the Omega Boys and Girls Club. My friend and fraternity brother, my mentor, taught me how to become a real man. Because before I met him, I was a selfish, self-serving young man, having just been have just exited from the United States Air Force as an Air Force officer for 3 years. I joined him in his desire to transform the lives of young boys and eventually young ladies as well. And he started his club out of his garage on November 1st, 1966. And some of the people who he transformed, I'll just highlight 4. Judge Robert Rigsby, now a Superior Court judge in Washington, D.C. Shamon Walton, who was in and out of juvenile hall more than 40 times, President of the Board of Supervisors of San Francisco City and County. Gregory Allen Howard, who was a screenwriter in Hollywood, an unusual occupation for a black man, and wrote the screenplay for the movies Remember the Titans and Harriet. Earl Stevens, better known as E40. And lastly, C.C. Sabathia, who will enter the Hall of Fame soon. And we also had many lawyers and doctors who are now productive citizens in our society. Let me hurry up and finish. And I have an announcement to make, and I recall Charles Dickens' comment in The Tale of Two Cities, these are the worst of times, and these are the best of times. The worst of the times occurred on July 2nd, 2016, when I was interviewed by Richard Friedman of the Times Herald, and he asked me a question about the club and its financial health. I told him it won't be very long before it will be gone unless we raise a lot of money. I'll be right done in a minute. I see that. And so he was prophetic. 2 years later, the club became inactive. I told my friend Fillmore Graham in 2013 on his deathbed that I will do whatever I can to preserve his legacy. Apologize for getting emotional because it's very important to me. And now, effective January 1st, 2026, that club shall return. And it's been a long haul, and before the end of this year, we must raise $100,000. In 5 years, $1 million.
And I know we appreciate your comment. We have a lot of people waiting, so we do have to keep it fair. If you could wait one more sentence and just wrap it up for us.
So what can you do to help? I sent each and every one of you, the members of the council and the mayor, a little package 2 weeks ago. Please help us start the campaign to revitalize.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Lewis.
Hi. It's been 2 years since I was selected as a member of the Police Oversight and Accountability Commission. In this time, the members have been summoned to 5 or 6 meetings with an agenda that was prepared without consultation or input from the members of the commission. We've not been permitted to select a chairperson or establish a way for the public to contact us about any concerns that they might have. It is the position of the city attorney that we are not allowed to begin meeting until we are granted permission from the Vallejo Police Officers Association. I've contacted the city manager and he's reiterated that position and further states that, as you know, the city has been working diligently to resolve this issue. I don't know that the city's been working diligently to resolve this. Actually, I don't see any indication that the city has any desire to have a functioning police oversight commission. I've requested that the city attorney show me where it is written that we are not permitted to meet without, in this independent commission. I haven't received a response, and I think it's absurd that we're waiting for anything. Establishing the commission is one of the reforms mandated by the state attorney general, and I don't think just selecting members fulfills the requirement. What will it take? Are we going to wait for the next incident when anger and frustration boils over into the streets like it has in other places like Ferguson or Minneapolis? I'm no longer going to be quiet and polite. As a citizen, I want a functioning and independent police oversight commission. I need to know when there will be a suitable room available for our first actual meeting. And if I don't hear from you this week, you can count on me to make more noise until I get what I want.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sherry Ann Grimm.
Good evening. I support an independent investigation into the misconduct plaguing our city, one that answers to the council and, more importantly, to the people of Vallejo. It must be fully independent, transparent, and accountable, not to those implicated in wrongdoing, but to the truth. What we've seen again in recent months is not just a string of isolated incidents, it's a systemic failure that strikes at the heart of public trust. For years, the city attorney's office has blocked the hiring of an independent auditor, a reform already mandated. If that auditor had been in place, we wouldn't be discovering 2 separate filing systems for complaints or a massive backlog in internal affairs investigations. These are not minor problems, they are red flags of a city unwilling to confront the truth and have grave financial implications for us. Ask yourself, how many police misconduct cases has the city of Vallejo actually won? The answer is none. Recent filings in the Gomez and Jenkins cases, related depositions, and coverage in today's Vallejo Sun article on Corporal Eaton reveal a consistent pattern of retaliation and egregious misconduct. Misconduct that not only damages the city's credibility and reputation, but could reopen previously settled cases who weren't given pertinent information prior to deciding on their settlement. The new allegations, as well as all the pending cases, will bring more financial strain, especially given that the city is responsible for the first $2 million of every settlement. In light of serious allegations that also implicate other offices in the city, it is clear that we cannot trust the city to investigate itself. Any role that the office plays in any office plays in the investigation destroys the credibility of the investigation from the start. Previous councils have buried their heads in the sand, never actually acknowledging the seriousness of the problems we face. And yet here we are again. It is clear the culture has not changed much at all. The misconduct coming to light will define your legacy, just as the courage to confront it can redeem it. It is time for the truth, It is time for accountability. It is time for action. If not you, become complicit in all of this. And anyone who is harmed from this day on, who is harmed as a result, will be on your shoulders.
Thank you. All right. So we've hit our 15 minutes for the first forum. We have a lot of items, and I know we have many more speakers here in person that would like to speak. One thing that I might suggest is that we commit for our speakers to the second community forum. If whatever item, maybe when we hit 10 p.m., whatever item we're on, when we finish that item, we go ahead and take the second community forum so we can let the members of the public know a time to expect to come back. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that.
I'd rather take care of business so we can hurry and go.
I feel like we should continue the agenda and then it is what it is, but we have to get through the city business.
Okay, so you would say just go ahead through the agenda as
Continue
is.
the agenda.
That's 2 for agenda as is. Okay, it sounds like we're going agenda as is. So we'll close community forum, we'll start community forum, second community forum when we get to that on the agenda, and we will move to our consent calendar and approval of the agenda. And we have one recommendation for a change to the agenda. I'm going to go ahead and ask Manny to start public comment on the consent calendar. Do we have any in-person commenters on the consent calendar? So while that timer runs, the change that is suggested is from our housing director regarding item F on the agenda. And the reason, or the request is that we move action item F to the front of the action calendar due to a consultant that is going to need to participate in that discussion that is in a different time zone and that we are paying to be here, and we want to make sure we get them through the pipeline and move that first. And then with respect to the consent calendar as well, I will need to recuse, I believe, from item C, and I believe Councilmember Matias will as well. Is that correct, City Clerk? And I'm seeing nodding. Recusing on C, on the consent.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Just for the council's edification, on a recusal for, that is on the consent calendar, you don't actually have to leave the room.
Yeah.
You just
Yep, we're sitting here. We're
You
just
just-
announcing it.
decline to vote on
Yeah.
that item, yes.
Thank you, Mayor, for that. Are we now pulling for items or not yet?
Yeah, if you want to pull an item, go right ahead.
H.
We're going to let the timer run out. Manny, are there any commenters at this time?
No commenters at
All
this
right,
time.
so we're pulling item H, and we're turning that into 8.1. Any other comments that would like to be pulled? Or any other council members that would like to pull items? Seeing none, why don't we go ahead and get the motion, and we'll let these last 13 seconds run, and we'll make sure we don't have any commenters before we vote.
Okay, I move that we approve the consent
Oh.
calendar and the agenda with Mayor Source and Councilmember Matias abstaining from consent item C. And we're moving action item 9F to be heard first as 9A.
Okay, perfect. And we did have
And I
a late
apologize-
request from
and I-
Councilmember Gordon.
Sorry, and I apologize, we also pulled consent item H, which will become 8.1.
And then let's pause and see what the request is from Councilmember Gordon.
Apologize. C.
You want to
Okay.
pull C?
So we're pulling item C. So scratch
then-
the recusals, take item C, and make that
Yes.
8.2.
So C is 8.2.
Okay. All right. Any commenters, just to double check? All right, seeing none, we've got the motion. Let's go ahead and vote. Yeah, no, we do get, yeah. All right.
One more vote. Motion carries unanimously with the mayor and Councilmember Matias abstaining from item C.
And we do not need to do any of that anymore because it's now 8.2. So we're good. Everybody
Apologies.
is voting. And then we're going to move to item 8.1, which was our consent item H. Adopt a resolution approving a consultant and professional services agreement with Four Leaf Inc. for building inspection services in an amount not to exceed $800,000. And I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled this item.
Thank you, Mayor. So, just want to confirm, Director, is this the same group that we scoped out to do the code enforcement work?
It is the same consultant, but this contract is specific for building inspection services. They do both things.
So what's the status of the report that we scoped out with this group and the resulting recommendations that were included in that report?
That report for the code enforcement division was prepared in a draft form, and it was provided to staff. We actually, that was something that was handed over when I first came into this role, and I didn't quite realize that there was a contract for it. But basically, we have taken it on in-house, and we have been working to refine the procedures that are listed in that report. It's kind of an internal living document at this point, but we do have a draft. Did you want a copy of that, or?
I mean, yeah, just to give a additional background, and I think I may have shared this at one of the initial meetings after we were sworn in. So the report that was commissioned by this consultant came out of a recommendation that was made by the Code Enforcement Appeals Board 3 or 4 years ago. Part of the recommendation that we made to the council at the time was that 4-Leaf would come before the Code Enforcement Appeals Board, present the findings, and then sort of leave it up to staff to make the appropriate recommendations so that we can get through the backlog of cases, and then we would also refine operations. And so, I mean, it's been 3 years now, maybe 2 or 3 years. You have the report, I don't, but that commission needs to receive that presentation and needs to receive that report. And I'm just, quite frankly, shocked that it has not happened yet. I know it's not on you, but I have asked about it several times. So
Director Pullick, can you please review the record of that contract and confirm Councilmember Matias's recollection and prepare to have that presented before the Code Enforcement Appeals Board, please?
Yeah, I will do that, and if there's anything that's different in the record, I will follow up and let you know.
thanks.
All right. Any further questions, or are we ready for a motion?
No, I'm ready.
All right. I'll ask the Vice Mayor for our motion then.
I move that we adopt a resolution approving a consultant and professional services agreement for 4-Leaf, Inc. for building inspection services in an amount not to exceed $800,000 through June 30th of 2026, with 2 one-year options to extend, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right. We're ready to vote.
Motion carries with Councilmember Matias opposed.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to item 8.2, which was consent item C, adopt an ordinance amending the zoning map to change the zoning designation from residential low density to regional commercial. This is the second step of the item that came before council at the last regular meeting, and Councilmember Matias and I will be recusing as we did at the last meeting, and I'll turn it over to the Vice Mayor to facilitate.
Thank you, and we'll start with Commissioner or Councilmember Gordon. Please, did you pull the item?
Thank you so much. I just wanted you to please refresh my memory on this, and just clarification. There was a question that came to me after, I guess, when we brought it up, and someone asked more about it, like where the location, what district it's in, and what is the benefit for it. Did that make sense?
It does. I just don't have the report in front of me. I apologize. This is on Warren Way, I believe. This is the 1235 Warren Way. This is an existing site. It's a half-acre site located right off the freeway near the cemetery at Glen Cove.
That's District 6, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a rezoning and general plan amendment with no development proposed at this time.
Oh, that's right. I just wanted to make sure that people were aware that we had discussed this already, and there was the owner, they was here, and so this is just a part that I think people are getting it confused with Rollingwood and Benicia, the where the old baseball field was at, and I just wanted them to understand that is not this case.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your help.
So, Councilmember Gordon, just to be clear, and for the public, I think, is that you heard this item at your last meeting. You, by resolution, adopted the general plan amendment. An ordinance is a little bit unique in that it requires two actions, an introduction of the ordinance and then a subsequent meeting to adopt the ordinance. This action tonight is just adopting that ordinance you already heard, held the public hearing on, heard from the public, and took action on, and this is just the second step in an ordinance adoption.
Thank you so much. I was just only asking because someone got it confused with the property on Rolling Wood and Benicia, the old baseball field, and I just wanted whoever asked me the question here for themselves. That's not the point here.
On a map, this is a hard piece of property to find, so I can understand that.
Thank you.
No further questions from the council. And I'll ask Councilmember Palmares if you can reach over and turn off the mic from, there we go. And we will go ahead, I'll make a motion that we adopt an ordinance amending the zoning map to change the zoning designation from residential low density to regional commercial.
Motion carries unanimously with the mayor and Councilmember Matias abstaining due to conflicts of interest.
Okay, and that brings us to the action calendar. I believe they're joining us, but clerk, can you please call the first action item?
That would be action calendar item F, and that item is adopt a resolution approving the 5-year consolidated plan of the city of Vallejo for fiscal years 25-26 through 29-30, and authorize the city manager to submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and open up the public comment period on this item, and I believe we have a presentation. Housing Director Jones. Go right ahead when you're ready. Take your time.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Alicia Jones, Housing Director of the City and County, the Vallejo Community Housing and Development Department, and I have Gillian Hain, our Assistant City Manager, here with me. Ready. Next slide. Our agenda is to go a short overview of our consolidated plan and corrections to the consolidated plan, the documents that was provided to the council prior to the meeting. And also we have a short presentation from our consultants who assisted with the development of the consolidated plan. Next slide. The consolidated plan is a 5-year planning document. It's intended to address affordable housing and community development needs. The current period for the consolidated plan is July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2030. The current priority groups within the consolidated plans that is planned to address are the very low and low income renters, homeless persons, very low and low income first time home buyers, and non-homeless persons with special needs. The priority groups were identified through a survey sent to several of the residents of Vallejo, which our consultant, when they present, will provide a little more details on. Next slide. The version of the attached agenda packet that you have before you is a draft in consolidated plans in a draft form. It was missing some sections and some funding information. Therefore, you were provided with a hard copy of the changes of those items that in the packet. Some of the sections that were identified that was updated in your revised packet are the executive summary, the needs assessment. Next slide. Our market analysis, housing market analysis, the strategic plan, and the annual plan. And If we can go back one, ma'am, yeah, thank you. AP 38, the home funding amounts was added. That information was not provided in the draft copy that you were presented with, so it has been added to the final copy, and it includes the social public service planned activities, which has changed. In the draft version, it identified subrecipients who actually had not been selected, so it was not appropriate to have it listed in the draft plan at the time. So therefore, that information has been changed. Next slide. Also, our home reference, the entire section was updated to reflect information that was not provided in the draft copy. With that, I would like to, next slide, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to introduce our consultants. Are they on the line? Jean Adhoc and Keith Lampkins from our CDBG consultants, who was prepared to provide an overview of the consolidated plan and the due dates and any additional items that need to be discussed with the council.
Good evening. I am Jean Adcock with John Callow and Associates. I have my colleague with me tonight, Keith Lampkin, to assist with any questions you may have at the conclusion of our presentation. We will be looking tonight at the City of Vallejo Housing and Community Development 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan. Next slide, please. The consolidated plan is comprised of 4 main sections: process, the needs assessment, the market analysis, as well as the strategic plan. And then we will also be looking a little more in depth at our first year annual action plan. Next slide, please. The process begins with HUD regulations requiring the grantee to identify any lead agency or agencies that are responsible for the development of the plan and administration of the grants. And they also require the grantee to consult with the public and the private service providers and any other stakeholders. A lot of outreach is done, surveys. All this information is gathered together and listed in the section called the process. Next slide, please. The next section is the needs assessment. This section is very detailed, full a lot of data. This data comes from the American Community Survey, which is comes to us through the census data. And all this information about housing needs, any other disproportionately greater needs, housing needs, homeless needs, all these needs are come through in the data from the American Community Survey. It's a lot of data. We've incorporated maps in this section. So a lot of data to kind of digest and look at the needs for the city of Vallejo. Next slide. This section, the market analysis, is used to provide a picture of the environment in which Vallejo's Community Development Department administers the CDBG and home grants. These tables also come from the American Community Survey. They are pre-populated as well as the same as those tables in the needs assessment. And you can also add or replace supplemental data in these sections to kind of give a little bit clearer picture of the things going on in Vallejo. We've also added some maps and other images and data sets in this section. Next slide, please. So the strategic plan is a 5-year plan that takes all 3 of those beginning sections, the process, the needs assessment, and the market analysis, is starting to develop the 5-year plan of the needs of the city of Vallejo and the things that can be done to address those needs within the city. And we also look at the 5-year expected resources that can be applied towards those needs. Next slide, please. So the first year action plan is part of this is where we start looking at the details of the actual items, the programs, the actual activities that will take place to address the needs that are highest priority and that will be addressed in the first year action plan. HUD has allocated $991,521 to the city of Vallejo for this first year action plan. Next slide, please. Here we have the expected resources for the not only the first year action plan, but the full 5-year strategic plan. The first column is the new annual allocation allocated to the city. The second column there, the program income, that is the expected program income that the city expects to receive throughout running the programs from prior years of income coming back in. The third column is prior year resources. This is funding that has been allocated that has not yet been expended. That total column there is the total that is expected to be spent in the first year allocation of the plan, and the final column there, the expected amount available for the remainder of the comp plan. That is an estimate of the annual allocation plus program income times 4 for the next 4 years of the action or the strategic plan. So CDBG is on the top row. The funding for the home on the second row. And if you'll go to the next slide, please. You can see the funding for the home ARP, which is still part of the American Rescue Plan that is still left to be spent from prior year resources. And the last row is the Neighborhood Stabilization Program that also is prior year resources that needs to be spent in this next coming annual action plan year. Next slide, please. So this is a detailed look of the actual activities and goals that Housing Community Development would like to address in the first year of the action plan. And it begins with the program administration and support. These amounts are capped by HUD, CDBG 20% of the allocations and home by 10% of the allocations. The second priority there is a tenant-based rental assistance program that is funded entirely through the home program, and that is expected to have use funding of $750,000 in this first year action plan. The third item there is the home ownership assistance that will be used in combination of both CDBG and home funds to run that program to assist approximately 22 households over the next year. Item number 4, the economic development will use $238,000 of CDBG funds, and that will expected to assist approximately 1 business assisted. We could go to the next slide, please. The fifth activity expected to be run this year is the owner-occupied rehabilitation. That will also be using a combination of CDBG and home funds to assist approximately 2 households in the coming year. Item number 6 is social services. This item is capped at 15% of the CDBG funding for the first year, and that is expected to assist 625 persons over the next year. Item number 7 is for permanent supportive housing. This will be a combination of CDBG and home funds. This will be, both of these items are going to be funded through prior year resources and expected to assist 125 persons. Item number 8 is the Homeless Navigation Center. This is the home ARP funding, and that is expected to help the Homeless Navigation Center get up and going and assist with 125 beds at the center. Item number 9 is the housing services. This will be funded with CDBG funds and hopefully will assist about approximately 12 individuals over the next year. All these items are all this information is included in the IDAS system that HUD requires the information to be entered into. And after the approval, the system will be ready to approve and send through to HUD once we receive your approval through the city council this evening. Any of those items that Alicia mentioned that were blank on the first draft that downloaded, those fields are filled in the IDA system and will go to HUD as part of the submission of the plan. If we could go to the next slide, please. We thank you for having us this evening, and we will be happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
Great. Thank you so much. Do we have any public commenters on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 2 members of the public who are speaking, who would like to speak online.
Okay, let's verify if we have any in person, and if not, we'll call them. Okay, let's go ahead and call our online speakers.
David Haldane, you have the floor.
Thank you. I didn't fall asleep this time. I just, looking through this, it's great to see it well put together. The eponymous Big Beautiful Bill passed last week, which cancels the CDBG program. I'm wondering how we're going to adapt to that and if we're planning for that, because as of fiscal year 26, CDBG is gone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Melvin Cohen. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate the comment from the previous speaker as well. That's exactly where I am too. I want to say good evening, Mayor, council members, community. My name is Melvin Cowan. I'm a resident here in Vallejo, and I support this plan's intention to address housing and community development, but I respectfully ask for a few additions. First, let's ensure that the data reflects Vallejo's current landscape. While I appreciate the inclusion of the CHAS and ACS data, however, the data was provided between 2016 and 2020. Much has happened between 2020 and 2025. And so I like clarification on how this plan integrates more recent locally generated data specifics to Vallejo. We need local eviction data, shelter utilization, and trends in unsheltered homelessness. Second, I urge the inclusion of specific affordable housing production goals. Without concrete targets, it's hard to measure progress or direct funding strategically. It'd be great to hear how this plan is in alignment with our current housing element. The plan identifies cost, burden, and risk for these groups. And speaking about our senior citizens and those with disabilities, but it stops short of providing concrete goals, such as how many affordable or accessible units are needed, and where they will be located, or how home or CDBG funds will be used to meet those needs. And so I respectfully urge the council to strengthen the final version of this plan, including specific production and preservation goals for senior and accessible housing, a strategy to prioritize retrofits and aging in place improvements, and a clear investment in service partnerships that support housing stability for these populations. These communities deserve more than acknowledgement, they deserve action. And while I support the goals outlined in the Vallejo's consolidated plan, I urge the council and staff to acknowledge the current federal climate and the administration's attempts to significantly reduce CDBG and home funding, resources that this plan heavily relies on. Without a clear contingency or diversification strategy, Vallejo's ability to meet its housing and community development goals is at serious risk. I encourage the city to include language in the final plan that outlines an alternative funding strategy, such as local revenue alignment, public-private partnerships, philanthropic engagement, and state level grant pursuits to ensure continued support for our most vulnerable residents, even if federal dollars are cut. Lastly, this plan should build in continuous input from community, not just during the survey period. There could have been a great opportunity for engagement throughout the city of Vallejo to contribute into this process. Those closest to the issue should help guide these solutions. I want to thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
None at this time.
All right. So I'll look for questions from council, and while we see if folks have questions, the speakers kind of asked what I was going to ask, which is the elephant in the room, which is CDBG. and home. And for the community or anybody listening, CDBG is Community Development Block Grants. It's a federal pass-through program that basically funds housing and infrastructure programs in low-income neighborhoods. And the latest information I have is that there is a House Appropriations Subcommittee on Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development that will be meeting Monday, July 14th to consider the proposal from the president, which was to completely cut CDBG. And I guess I'll ask our consultant, I mean, that's clearly going to have implications for us. How are we preparing for that? Or go ahead, Housing Director Jones.
Thank you. So the current funding that was identified in the presentation has been allocated, and we have that funding. We have that funding. Future funding is what's in question, and we don't have an answer for that at this time.
Thank you. So everything that is in this plan, we already have the funds in the bank. Okay, phew. Yeah, not a good situation for us to be in. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I have two questions. If we can pull up the slides again, Manny, back to the distribution of the different programs. Yeah, I just have a question. There are two ones. Item number 4, the economic development. I'm just wondering the criteria, or how is that established? The 236,000 for one business. What are the requirements for that, or how you apply for that?
Excuse me, Vice Mayor. We have our analyst, Brianna, who can answer that, and also our consultant can elaborate even further.
Thank you.
The goal outcome indicator, which is listed on the right side where it says one business, that's a minimum. So we can help as many businesses as we want with that money. We need to do at least one.
Okay, and there's not an application process, or who qualifies for getting help for a business when it's housing?
So for this goal, they would be considered micro enterprises, and that's defined as a business that has 5 or less employees. Another criteria for pretty much all of the CDBG programs is it needs to benefit folks in a low and moderate income area in Vallejo. So it has to be in a low income neighborhood, and the businesses have to have 5 employees or less.
Okay, and then the second one is, Matt, if you go back to the slides, I think it was the owner rehab. I think it's number 5. Yeah, because it was the same thing. It was $500,000 for 2 households, but you can be more than 2 households. And what's the criteria that folks have to meet in order to have their home rehabilitation paid for under this program?
Excuse me, through the chair. Both of the items that to your questions are through an application process. So we receive an application, evaluate the application, decide on which one will be selected. We recently was informed by HUD that we don't have to do an RFP per se, but we can do an application process and have a committee review, and we'll take it to the commission for consideration when we identify those individuals.
Sure. And is there criteria for what home projects can be renovated, and do they have to participate in this program previously, or what are the criteria for?
It has to be low moderate income homeowners, and also they have to meet the income limits. There are income requirements in order to assist.
And they can do any project they want as long as they meet the income threshold?
Under rehab, yes. As long as it's owner occupied, it has to be owner occupied by a low income owner.
Great.
And they can apply for it, and yes.
Yeah, these are great programs. I hope people are aware of them and are taking advantage of it. Thanks.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for the presentation. Is this plan going to be impacted by the recent passage of AB 130 and SB 131?
I can look into that because I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, and it's brand new. So what I'm tracking is what's going to be required for the county. At the very least, they're going to require an encampment resolution, and they're also going to unlock some encampment resolution funding. But my point is, I think there's going to be some, 5 requirements for the county regarding housing and homelessness. And I think from your perspective, it'd probably be a good idea to align this plan with what's going to come down the pipe for the county. Just seems like it makes sense, so everyone's on the same page. Again, it's a new bill, so I apologize I don't have too many details, but I think it's just a good idea to make sure we're all working on that. And especially since, a few comments have come in about, funding that may or may not be available in the future. This may be a really good way to blend and braid those funds, so.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'll definitely look into it and get back to the council.
Thanks. Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. Just following up on the Vice Mayor's question, the $200 and almost $50,000 that you've set aside for that ED program, is that the minimum amount you have to set for that program?
Through the chair, no.
It's not. So then my follow-up to that is, can you just give me some general sense of how you came up with each of these allocations? Like how much is going to permanent supportive versus down payment assistance? I just want to get a better sense of how you arrived at those numbers.
Thank you. Through the chair. Brianna can elaborate a little further, and while she look up some information, I'll be happy to answer. But we did complete the needs assessment, and also some of the funds that we received or that we allocated, we came up with a formula to decide on how many families or how many individuals we can actually support with that amount of money. And we try to maximize as much as we can for each of those categories that we identified. For an example, for the TVRA program, I can't remember if it's 2 million, at one point, TVR 750,000 for TBRA, and so tenant-based rental assistance, we took the block of the money and categorized it and to determine how much we can allocate to each one and try to be as fair as possible. It's not a lot of money. It's a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money. So that's how we kind of came up with the formula based on the needs assessment, the data that we received, and our past history on programs and projects that we supported in the past and what we've done.
Okay, and then Manny, if you don't mind, can you put the slide up on screen, just showing the amounts again? I think here's what I'm struggling with, and Director Jones, I think you've heard the same music from me for 6 months. There is a size of our population that's sort of on the edge, right? If we were to give them some help, they could get into their first home. Mm-hmm. And that in turn creates generational wealth. And I'm seeing a lot of the funding, and again, I know there's a lot of needs on the permanent supportive front, but there's also a lot of funds there's the Encampment Resolution Fund that's gonna come down the pike soon, and that's attached to an ordinance. And so I'm just thinking, and I know you're saying you're sort of relying on the data, why aren't we sort of unlocking some of this funding to get some more renters into their first home while we've got, prices?
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah, so, and I mean, I don't know if it's, you guys are putting a plan, so I don't know if that's a decision we have to make our way in as a council on, but what are we doing to support folks who may need some help to get into their first home here in Vallejo, instead of just perpetuating a system where they are sort of living in rentals and they don't have that perhaps support that we could be giving them to get them into their first home. And I know you've got some amount, maybe 900,000 that's like going towards that, but when are we going to also focus on that group of folks too? And is this the sort of venue to make some sort of decision or make some change around that now? Like, I would love to hear your perspective. You're thinking about this all the time, but to the council, again, when are we going to prioritize that? Because I don't really feel like we have, and it's come up in several conversations.
Excuse me, Annie. Can you please go back to page 140, with the previous slide from, yes, one more back. Go back one. Thank you. Thank you very much. So if you look on number 3, that particular activity, for this year, our goal is to allocate $800,000 between CDBG and home to assist up to 32 households for first-time down payment assistance. So we did identify, which is actually a program that we had paused for some time in the previous years, and we are re-implementing that particular activity for the CDBG and home program.
So 800,000 for possibly 32 households comes out to 25,000 a pop. I mean, those are just closing costs, you know, like, I mean, that's not real money, you get what I'm saying, in the grand scheme? It is money, but should we be doing more is the question.
Well, the Housing and Community Development Department can only work within the funds that's provided to them. Could we do more in order to address the needs that has been presented to us? This is how we identify what we can use the money for. Additional funds that can always augment this to assist more families or the current families that we assist, but this is, you know, how we adjust the needs assessment that came before us through the study.
Okay.
Also, when the allocation period comes to allocate funds to the program, we can always update our annual plan through an amendment and allocate additional funds.
Okay, because you know, I've been talking about this for several months now, and I don't really feel. I know there's been a capacity issue that you've raised to get that program off the ground and be able to support families across the city, but I just think it's incredibly important for this council to really think about how do we keep those folks here in community, and part of that comes through an investment in a piece of property where they're, you know, creating community and building community. And so that is something through the allocation process that I will be circling back and hopefully getting support from the council on. Thank you.
Through the mayor, I'd like to also address that the same concerns that you've had, I've heard echoed through the community development surveys. Anyone that submitted a survey, I read through every single answer, every single question that was answered. And a lot of folks expressed the struggle to be able to become a homeowner in Vallejo if you live and reside in Vallejo. So that's something that came up on those surveys.
Thanks. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, through the chair. I want to say real quick thank you to the consultants. I got a chance to hear their presentation when they provided to the Housing Commission, so I appreciate that. Very detailed, so I want to say thank you for that. Could you tell us a little bit more about how number 3 works? And just so you know, I got a chance to hear this whole opportunity through being a member of RAB and also being a previously commissioner for housing. So can you tell us a little bit, because I did ask for us to bring, because like she said earlier, it was put on pause, and thinking about what you're talking about, a more independency for those who are in the system, how they can come out of the system with support. Can you tell a little bit about number 3, please?
Thank you, through the chair. So for the homeowner assistance program, basically it's assistance to provide a family who's in the home buying process and need additional funds for their down payment. And so those individuals that are in a contract in the process of purchasing a home can reach out to the Housing and Community Development Department through the application process, of course, and request additional funds to augment their current existing down payment that they have to increase their ability to purchase.
Thank you. Can you tell me which one of these, and maybe I just overlooked it, whereas someone who is receiving housing gets employment and then they could participate in a 5-year program Have that been revisited?
So, yes, you're speaking, through the chair, I'm sorry. You're speaking about the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, and these funds can be utilized for those individuals
That's what I
as
was
well.
asking for.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. That's where I was going at. And so basically, how does that work? Give a broad example.
For this Family Self-Sufficiency Program, it's also known as FSS. It's a program that's designed for Housing Choice Voucher participants to engage with the Housing Authority to develop goals for themselves as far as what they would like to achieve in the next 5 years. Rather, it's a purchase of a home, a car, get higher education opportunities, and those particular goals are tracked, and the Housing Authority support the family through that process and tie them with resources to enable them to achieve those goals.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
This excellent report. I appreciate it. Thank you again.
All right. I see you, Councilmember Palmares. I'm going to get to Councilmembers Ledeju and Matulik so we get through one round. So go ahead, Councilmember Ledeju.
Thank you. Let's talk about first the FSS program a little more. How many individuals within the program do we have on the FSS program?
Currently, we have 32 active participants under the FSS program with escrow and a progress report. So there's 32.
Okay. And so how are we, over the last 3 years, how much has that increased?
In the last year and a half, I can say we went from 8 participants to 32.
Excellent. So I want to tie back home ownership to FSS. I want to tie back ownership to goal number 3, but I'm going to hit goal number 3 on the needs assessment. So when we're doing our needs assessment, which is done for the next 5 years per se, where do we as the HCD commission and where do we as the council have an opportunity to say, yes, you've received this data, however, here are some priorities for our city. What is the possibility of moving those funds before we solidify that program, before we solidify this plan, so that when we are looking at this plan, to Councilmember Matias's point, we really are holistically looking at our housing and how we're moving, having these different ladders of housing and moving people along. Because it is true, we have the Broadway and we have other deeply affordable housing. We've set housing for our unhoused, and there's a gap here. So at what point did we really have an opportunity to have this discussion and say, yeah, we heard what the needs assessment said, but we want to do some adjustments because over the last 2 years, we've invested this many dollars in this type of housing, and we've just opened 2 very subsidized housing for the unhoused and so forth and on with supportive housing. And so now we're still saying we want to put in another $1 million or so in supportive housing, which we need it, but at the same time, we need a ladder here and touch another area that another income bracket. Because if you look at the income bracket under the needs assessment, we have a high number of families also under that 30% AMI, right? And some of those individuals in that 30% AMI, I can guarantee you, they're working several jobs, right? Trying to maintain their rent, and potentially, what can we do different before it's totally solidified in the next go-around?
Excuse me. The consolidated plan is our 5-year plan, and the annual plan is what we anticipate to do in the upcoming year. Through amendments and through council's direction, if reallocation to a different activity is the desire of the council, we can do that through an amendment.
Okay. And so generally, when do the amendment period come up?
The amendment, after the adoption of the consolidated plan and the annual plan, you can make amendments to the annual plan at any given time.
Okay. I'm making a point, I know that. So I think it would be really good to Councilmember Matias's point, is that we bring this back, not only bring it back here, but we bring it back to our HCD commission, which I'll be at, and then I would like to bring that forward to the commission to have a deeper discussion about just what has occurred today for consideration of an amendment. Because I think we do need to consider making an amendment and moving some of the dollars into home ownership. But in doing that, one of the things that I want to also suggest is, how are we advertising this, but also how are we working with lenders to help individuals become home ready?
Excuse me, through the chair. We currently work with it's called a CHODO, a community housing development organization, who offers homeowners assistance, counseling, and services like that. Also, through the application process, any other entity that provides that level of service can apply to provide that services and receive some of these funds in order to execute those services.
And so, where is that information?
Where is the information?
Around any individuals who want to become first-time home buyers. Who do we currently work with, which would make it easier because it's just this linear pathway, along with the fact that people can make other choices. But how are we advertising and helping individuals understand, now that we're bringing the program back and so forth and on, that this is available to them?
Through the chair. Previously, I'm not sure how we advertise. As I was stating earlier, this is a program that had kind of went dormant. And so we would use any resource or, advertising vehicle that's available to us to put information out to those that would like to participate and need assistance, financial assistance to purchase a home. Also, the information, we can put it on our website. We can use our Vallejo network, I believe it's called My Vallejo. There's a social media, yes. We can use those different vehicles in order to get the information out to the community so that they can apply. But, it's limited funds, and as Councilman Matias said, it's not a lot, so there has to be some other form of assistance to ensure a family can, be successful in their home purchase.
And I agree, it is limited funds, and it's a starting point, and the question becomes, there are other funds that if we build the program, which we've just started again, so definitely I understand that, but as we're building the program, there are other avenues in which we can add funding through different grants. So there are many possibilities, right, once we start the work. So I know we're at ground level, we're at zero, and we're trying to get here real quick, right? But we're starting, and I'm having this dialogue with you purposely so that really to daylight, we can do something about this now. We just need to do an amendment, if that's what the council so chooses, in working with the HCD Commission as well. And there are other ways to augment this money through different grants that we can apply for and so forth and on. And what I would encourage as we are looking at this is, how do we benchmark across the Bay Area to see what other Bay Areas are, other Bay Area cities and counties are doing as it relates to these kinds of programs with these funds. You have Alameda, you have Oakland, Contra Costa, they're all doing something, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can use what they have and begin to build relationships with them to see how they're doing this as well. So you're not doing it all by yourself. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate all the work that you do. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. Just for the general public's understanding, how many people or individuals participate in homeowners participate in the survey and the needs assessment?
I don't have an exact number in front of me. There was at least 54 respondents to the survey, individual respondents. So there is a set of 5 different surveys. There was a public services survey, a public infrastructure survey, a homeless needs assessment for homeless individuals, a homeless needs assessment for individuals that are not homeless, as well as a housing needs survey. So I worked with the GIS team to put these surveys into the system, and it had a branching feature where the first question folks were asked is, which surveys do you want to take? They could select as many or as little as they wanted. And from there, we had 54 individuals that took the survey, but most people took more than one of the surveys.
Thank you for that clarification. And I think, and the reason I asked that question is to highlight the point of, out of 54 people participating in this, I'm pretty sure we didn't get the full result of what the actual needs and what the actual requirements are here in the city of Vallejo specifically. And so that leads to my follow-up questions are and it kind of leads to where a lot of these questions are coming from, are from this report, and just to reference from your staff report, you talk about the 5-year consolidation plan priorities, and you've got highlighted increase affordable housing opportunities, owner-occupied single-family housing rehabilitation, public services, promote fair housing, enhance public facilities infrastructure, homelessness prevention services, program administration. Are you able to break it down to where you've given a percentage of where your funding and where your allocations are for each one of these? Because for me, that would tell us where we're prioritizing what these goals are.
Yes, the information that we have is not only from the matrix, but it's actually gathered from the information that we use from the census. The census information that HUD provides. So there's with IDAS, which is the information system that HUD requires us to enter this data information in. There's information that's populated that through the census that HUD uses, and that's what we're required to utilize when we're developing this information. So how we identify the allocation amounts is based on the overall surveys that we received, the response from the surveys, the census tract, and the information from the census tract. Our past practice, actually, as well, and we just divvy the money up as fairly as possible. So there's no formula that HUD provides on how many families or individuals you assist with the money. They just allow you to depend on your census data, your community outreach through the surveys, and any other additional information that you may have.
Thank you for that clarification. But I guess what I'm getting at is if we as a council can understand the percentage breakdown of where you're putting it for each of these priorities, then we as a council can look at it to identify, is that the place we really want to go to kind of get a head start to avoid but kind of prepare for the amendment portion of it to identify that, which I think a lot of the council members here have already identified from our ACD commission of how that was kind of my follow-up questions is there feedback or comments reflected in this report here? Because I've talked to or I've heard from several of those commissioners to where it seems like some of their comments don't get matriculated to some of these final reports that are getting to us here. And I just want to understand where that comment may be coming from.
Through the chair, the comments that was presented to us during the commission, we did identify those comments, and we did prepare a response to those comments, and it should have been included in your packet. But that information was provided to us, and we did respond, and we should have included it. Was it included? Okay, thank you. And also through the chair, the commission that actually, they voted for the council to approve this with their comments attached.
Thank you for that clarification. And going to the conversation about how are we promoting these great programs is I think that's the general question of how are we getting this out to, whether it's through social media, whether it's through our emails and stuff, or are we using our other resources? Because one of the things that has questions that was brought to me is, are we using the county assessor's information of trying to identify some of these places that we can, some of the homeowners that may be able to utilize some of these great programs, or how do we extract that information from the census information using the available data from the county and stuff like that?
Was that a question you wanted me to
Yes.
answer?
How are you promoting and advertising?
How are we going to advertise?
Basically, what resources are you using to extract the data of who may need to be applicable for what, besides the needs assessment, which I think my initial question identified from the surveys and the needs, that's not a general reflection of what the actual need and throughout through the city of Vallejo. So, because that goes to my overarching is, are we really addressing the housing needs that Vallejo represents?
Through the chair, our attempt is to represent the housing needs as best as we know, based on the information that's provided to us and based on our research. We actually use the point in time count information, and Brianna can speak to that a little more if she wants. And also we use tax assessors information if we need to, and then we also use the census tract data information. Remember also that these funds are primarily for low to moderate income families, and so those needs assessments have to be driven, these funds have to be driven towards those individual needs. It's not global, so it makes it a little more challenging to identify who's low-income homeowners, so they have to go through the application process in order for us to determine who qualifies for these funds or not.
And I guess that's kind of the underlying question I have, is when they have to fill out an application, how are these individuals being informed and notified that there is an application for them to actually need to do this?
We can increase our outreach efforts through water billing. We have our online opportunities, which is our website, which is the Vallejo, My Vallejo outreach. There's whatever vehicles that's available to us, we can explore those to get the word out about these funds. As I was saying, this is something that has fell dormant for some time, and we're at the beginning stages of re-implementing these programs.
Thank you for that clarification. And so this is, I guess, my point is I'm trying to see if we can do a better level of identifying what the actual needs are as to what based on our current population and where the demographics line out, to getting the needs out to them and the applications out to them for them to actually take advantage of all these great programs.
Yeah, through the mayor, I agree, Councilmember. I think as we're building these programs and as we're doing this additional outreach and trying to get to all the parts of the community that are in need, if we get thousands and thousands of applications for, say, homebuyer assistance, then we're going to know there's a bigger need there. If we get more applications for the tenant-based rental assistance, then we'll know that there is a need there, and maybe that's the one that you can use for like your PG&E bills or your water bills. So I think as we develop these programs, we advertise, and as those applications come in, we'll be able to monitor how many people are actually applying. And I think through Alicia's point of water billing is a great way, because that goes to every single citizen. So if someone knows someone that could qualify and the program qualifications and requirements are on that little handout there's a little website, there's a QR code, there's a way to reach those people in a larger span. And as those applications come in, it could be a rolling application process. We can do, a portion of it up front in the beginning of the year, we can do one at the end of the year, and we can adjust, as Councilmember Ledeju said, as we adjust priorities and the pots of money. We can come back and report back to HCD Commission and to Council and say, you know what, we had a lot more people that need the tenant-based rental assistance, or we had a lot of people that were really interested in the home buyer, and the Council can direct and we can adjust those amounts accordingly to the need.
Thank you for that. And I think identifying the water bill process of potentially identifying that, I think that's where we need to put that emphasis on there, because if a lot of people out there are like me, when I see something from the water come in, I barely even read it and understand what's actually coming out of there. So if there's a way that you can highlight that there is for those that this would be applicable for, that it's actually put out there and emphasized. And I'd like to piggyback on Councilmember Lettigy's point of the fact that I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. If we can identify some of those jurisdictions and cities that are actually successfully doing what we're trying to do, then we should be kind of finding out how that works over there and see what we can apply here. So once again, I want to thank you all. And once again, I'm not trying to criticize the data or what the analysis we're trying to do. I'm trying to understand is how do we be better equipped and better focused on what the actual needs is versus trying to identify everything off of 54 surveys we received. So thank you for that.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Palmares, did your question get answered, or you still have something?
It's okay. I'm going to pace myself tonight. That's fine.
All right. With that, thank you so much for taking the time to present and answer the questions, and to our folks on Zoom. I think we might be ready for a motion on the item.
I move that we adopt a resolution approving the 5-year consolidated plan of the City of Vallejo for fiscal years 2025-2026 through 2029-2030, and authorize the city manager to submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
All right, ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you all again. That is going to bring us back to the beginning of our action calendar, and we will go to item 9A, which I will ask our city clerk to announce as we all flip pages.
Second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending the Vallejo Municipal Code by adding Chapter 7.57 relating to fire hazard severity zones within a local agency's jurisdiction, and recommended by the State Fire Marshal pursuant to California Government Codes 51177 through 51179.
All right, thank you. And I will go ahead and open up public comment on this item and ask Manny to start our clock for speakers. We have our interim fire chief Gonzalez here. Thank you so much. Do we have a presentation on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have a short presentation for
All
you
right.
this evening.
Let's go ahead.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Interim Chief Arthur Gonzalez. Tonight we're presenting a short presentation regarding the fire hazard severity zone mapping that the State Fire Marshal has put out and requires all local agencies to adopt an ordinance for the local responsibility area for the maps that they put out. In 2007, they put out these maps for the state responsibility area and since have updated to the local responsibility area. So I'll give a brief overview of what these maps depict. Next slide, Manny. So the maps are required by Government Code 51178 and 51179, and they identify the levels of fire hazard in the local responsibility area. The difference between the state responsibility area and the local responsibility area is who's financially responsible for wildfires in those particular zones. So in the local responsibility area, the city would be responsible for that until it meets a certain threshold, and then we would reach out for federal funding. The 3 levels are moderate, high, and very high. Just to note, all of Vallejo in the local responsibility area and the surrounding state responsibility areas are all moderate. Next slide. So these zones are determined, CAL FIRE uses the best available science and data to develop and field test the model that has served as the basis of zone assignments. This model is evaluated the probability of the area burning and the potential fire behavior in the area. The fire hazard severity zones are based on actual hazard and not risk associated. Insurance models use risk associated as well, where hazard is just what's physically present at the time. And they have done this throughout the entire state. So every municipality and local responsibility area has to adopt this ordinance based on the State Fire Marshal's findings. Next slide. I'm not going to go over all of these updates and probabilities. This is basically for public record and knowledge of how CAL FIRE comes up with this information and what's used to depict the fire hazard severity zones. Again, all of Vallejo is moderate, so there's really no changes to us except adopting the ordinance. Next slide. In the zones that are not necessarily wildland in some of the cities, there is no actual severity zone depicted. So only portions of Vallejo in the LRA have these severity zones in them, and the rest of it is not considered a wildland severity zone or a WUI type site. Next slide. So the maps are for, what they were created for are additional building standards based on the high and very high standard, property development standards such as road widths, water supply, signage, for fire safe regulations, and then additional defensible space requirements based on the zone you're in, and then a natural hazard real estate disclosure. And those are all changes that would come if you're in the high or very high fire hazard severity zone. Next slide. So this slide depicts what is actually impacted, and if you look on the right-hand side under LRA, if you go down to the moderate zone, which all of Vallejo is, all we have to do is adopt the fire hazard severity zone. So through this process, we'll just adopt this ordinance. Once we adopt this ordinance, we'll send it back to the state that we've adopted it, and then we will notice the county assessor and recorder and then the county planning department that we've adopted this ordinance. However, there are no additional changes for any building code or natural hazard disclosures or any of things of that within the city of Vallejo. Next slide. So our timeline is, these maps were put out on February 24th by the state. We had 120 days to adopt the ordinance. Within that 120-day period, we had to place the map of the overlay of the city of Vallejo onto a publication where we could provide for public comment for 30 days. We put it on the city website and noticed with a press release and through our socials on March 11th. We left it up until April 30th. We received no public comments. We left it up for 50 days instead of 30. And then we brought this first reading on the 24th, and then today the ordinance adoption on the 8th. And then once this is adopted, we have 30 days to get it to the state. Next slide. As you can see, this is the overlay of the city of Vallejo. All of the area in Vallejo in our local responsibility area is in the moderate zone. There is no high or very high. And you can see around the city of Vallejo in the state responsibility area, i.e. around Hidden Brook, into the county area in Cordelia and Fairfield is also moderate zones. So we're pretty benign in this particular ordinance throughout the city. And that concludes my presentation. There's more information at the State Fire Marshal's office, and then I'm here to take any questions you may have regarding this ordinance.
Thank you so much. Do we have any public commenters on the item? None in person?
None in person, but we do have one online.
All right, let's go ahead and call him.
And David Haldane, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello again. I had a question if this assumed a certain level of maintenance of the land that is moderate to low danger. We do have a habit in town of letting our properties get a little high. So I was wondering if this map changes, if it considers that there are unmaintained or vacant lands that have not been properly cut down. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council? Go ahead, Councilmember Palmares.
Thanks for the presentation. 2019, there was a pretty significant wildfire in South Vallejo and just barely missed the homes in what was it, Glen Cove, right? So, I mean, I understand that what you're saying, that all of Vallejo is pretty moderate, but I fail to see how that is a low risk, considering that we barely got away with that one.
In 2019, that particular fire was coupled with a wind event, and it's important to note there was no homes lost in that particular fire. And the state fire marshal looks at the current hazard modeling, not necessarily the wind event also. It just looks at the fuel, weather, and topography, and then over a 50-year history of fires. And they kind of blanket the entire area. So within that, we have the ability to increase the fire hazard severity zone, but not to decrease it. And in this particular instance, we did not feel that increasing the zone would do any additional benefit because the defensible space requirements worked in that particular fire. The construction methods worked in that particular fire, and no homes were lost in that particular fire. So from a fire hazard severity zone mapping, the risk associated, what really helps that fires, those types of fires, is our staffing level, and then people maintaining their properties for what's currently required.
I appreciate the response, and also kudos to you guys for making sure everyone stayed safe. So in the case that there is a week or a day where there's this high winds, is there a way to sort of, I don't know, say escalate that or temporarily escalate that and say, hey, we need to be a little bit more diligent that day? Or
The diligence comes from our response and the county's response. So on those red flag warning days, there's usually a pre-positioned strike team throughout the county that we upstaff, and then we try to upstaff ourselves. So whether that's an additional engine, additional battalion chief. But those wind events they're so infrequent in the actual county that we're not going to up the fire hazard severity zones, because the logistics of that, for somebody to require additional building codes or additional defensible space for particular days is not feasible.
I understand. But you are able to work dynamically in case those situations were arise.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Interim Chief Gonzalez, for your presentation. I really don't have very many questions, but I just wanted to commend you and your department for doing yeoman's work this weekend, especially over the 4th of July weekend. And from all those calls, I don't know if you had a chance to take a look at your data analysis of the reasons for some of those calls. Are you able to identify how many of those may have been fireworks related?
I don't have that data in front of me. I haven't broke it down yet. I know it was 89 total calls, and I don't remember how many of those were additional fire related, but I would imagine that the majority of them were firework related.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And as a follow-up to Councilmember Palmeris's identifying that the Glencoe fire over in 2019, and that was a pretty significant fire coming down right by the Carquinez Bridge and stuff. And correct me if I'm wrong, but now since that fire, now you have a fire truck access to get up to that area?
So two things have changed since that fire. One of them is the Glencoe Fire Station is reopened.
Yes.
And the second one is the fuel mitigation and reduction that started at the Maritime property across the freeway from the toll booth all the way up the hill. So all of that brush has been, all the dead and dangerous brush and the thicker vegetation has been removed. So all we have left are the grasslands, the lighter, flashier fuels that don't burn with as much energy and as intensity.
So thank you for that, and thank you for that clarification for the general public. So once again, I just want to commend you for all the great work you've been doing and putting this in front of us and getting this moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So when we mentioned the 2019 fire, Councilmembers Ledesju and Gordon, lights both came on. We all remember that fire well. Councilmember Ledesju, go ahead.
Yes, I remember really, really well. And while you might say that, I can kind of disagree, but nonetheless, I'm not the expert in fire. But what I do have concern about, and I'll say two things. One of the things that has happened in Glen Cove is that we've really worked hard through our community group to become FireWise, certified as FireWise, and just really talking to the different homeowners about the different types of trees and just how we landscape our homes and so forth and on, just to help mitigate any real damage that might occur from fire. But we do have a lot of eucalyptus trees in Glen Cove, and I happen to live across from the water, and there are many homes across that water and behind that water, behind the state park and so forth and on. And eucalyptus trees burn really bad. And so the question really becomes, well, yeah, that's state property, that's still, if some of those trees catch on fire in different places within our community, we're really going to have a lot to deal with because of the oil that emanates from eucalyptus trees. They do burn pretty quick and they're pretty hot. And so, you know, again, when we think about how we certify the land and how we classify it, how have we considered all of that open brush and those kinds of trees that we do have in Glen Cove?
We don't get to consider it. The state fire marshal's office considered it, but we consider it from a standpoint, we know it's dangerous, we know it's needs to be mitigated, and we've actually sought, and we're in the middle of seeking a grant for wildfire mitigation in Glen Cove for some of those particular areas. We've had CAL FIRE in there in the past, and some of the drainages behind Pueblo, and below, I believe, Angora, and then some of the state parklands, but those continue to need to be maintained and monitored. So some of it is through the state park, and some of it is through CAL FIRE and then additional grant funding. Being a Firewires community, that does offer some additional CAL FIRE resource to be able to come and mitigate that, and we continue to work with them to continue those processes.
So how are we tracking that? I know that we have, I know because I'm involved, but I know we have someone that's very adamant and works really hard around this work, but how are we as a city really tracking it and documenting it? Because it is important from the perspective if something really goes haywire, and we're talking about FEMA and so forth and on, all of that documentation is important as you move along the process.
So from a standpoint of incidents that happen, we track that through our INFRS data.
Okay.
So all that's tracked through INFRS data. From the grant standpoint, we haven't received it yet, so we haven't been tracking any of that as of yet. And the last time CAL FIRE came out, don't quote me on this, but I believe it was 2 years ago for some mitigation, and I'm not sure of all of the areas that they mitigated. And I would have to look back at that information.
Okay. I just want to say, from a city perspective, just making sure that as we're talking about these things, how are we tracking them and staying on top of them? And it doesn't matter that it's Glen Cove, it's anywhere in our city, period. I'm just using it as an example because I know that area well. And then when I look at District 3 and you're going up Columbus Parkway, you've got a lot of dry grass and all these different, a lot of vegetation as well. So, it's all over our city, but again, when I look at District 3, it's pretty heavy in vegetation. And so again, not just Glen Cove, all throughout, how are we working with CAL FIRE and where we need to with ourselves and documenting, having the funding to deal with all those things.
Yeah, the other areas that are not Firewires communities, don't necessarily have the funding for CAL FIRE, and some of the hazard areas, whether it's Hidden Brook or whether it's along Blue Rock Springs, that is all tracked again through our INFRS based on incidents. And when we do see grant funding, we use that particular data to highlight the areas that are historically dangerous. And that data comes up in those fires. I mean, we have a fire that goes up St. John Mine Road every year. We have a fire that we did for almost 9 years in a row, had a fire that either started at Maritime or at the Toll Plaza and ran up to Lookout in Wellington. We have fires in Hidden Brook that, start in different locations, and we do our best to keep those small and not to further impact any damage, but from a vegetation management standpoint, the LMDs do a good job, property owners do a good job, and this particular zone overlay, as it doesn't increase these fire hazard severity zones and mandate any other defensible space, property owners are able to use as much defensible space as they are comfortable with to protect their homes. But we don't have any additional funding sources to deal with the vegetation along, let's say, the Columbus Parkway corridor currently, nor has it been, from a fire standpoint, historically problematic.
That might be true, and I would agree with you, but when I think about how the climate is changing, those are things that we have to consider, and I think they're important, and I appreciate the work that you do. And my last question is, and you may not have an answer to it, but this is a real issue when we have fires, and they're pretty large. What happens is whatever's lived there is displaced. And I know for a fact, like when we had that fire in 2019, there was huge rodent issues and things like that. And so it really becomes, how does all that get dealt with? Because it's as a result of something catching on fire, and then you have a whole community that's just inundated by whatever's being moved because of a wildfire. And that can be anywhere or anything.
I don't have an answer for that because each one of those fires is like a fingerprint. from what is burned, what is damaged, what ecosystem is damaged, whether, it's a newer community that the earth has been moved in the last few years and those impacts have already taken place, to a rural area or a state responsibility area where there is reclamation that can happen based on the funding and who's responsible. But from a standpoint of the city, to my recollection, not much is done.
Okay.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. I agree. Wasn't there another fire after that as well? Was it before the Carquinez Bridge? Someone threw a cigarette out.
There's been multiple fires in that
Right.
particular area. I believe the 2018 was the most dramatic and the most recent one in that particular area, because since then a lot of the vegetation has been thinned and removed. There's smaller fires in that area that have happened, but I can't remember anything that magnitude after that. But previous to that, there was, I believe, 6 other incidents in that particular area.
And that goes to my concern because it is dry. Most of District 6 is dry. And my concern with the summer coming up, people got their windows down, they're just flipping cigarettes out. I remember, because I live right there by the Carquinez Bridge, and so I see multiple fires all the time. And both times I remember that we needed emergency services, which the airplane that pushes out the red foam. I don't know the proper name of it. But I was just wondering, why didn't they consider that to be an area of concern, seeing how it's mostly dry area? I have never seen that area or District 6 be green, which means there's not a lot of water. So just wondering why they didn't consider that.
I think it's the fuel type and the topography, and then our mild climate. Our fuel moistures don't drop like they do up county with a drier, more dry climate and more wind. So based on the fact that we're by the bay, we have an offshore breeze that has a lot more moisture in the fuel. It doesn't burn as violent and dangerous as some of the other areas, and that's why the state lowered this particular area to the moderate, which still says there's a threat, but not as much as a high or very high, where they didn't feel the need to add any additional more stringent defensible space requirements or more stringent building codes or planning changes.
Thank you for explaining. I appreciate that. Great report.
All right, I just have a quick question and then we'll move to a motion. So many of us, I appreciate this conversation because clearly it's timely and needed, and we've been getting a lot of reports, or not reports, but, constituents that reach out and go, okay, there's this brush behind my house. It feels like it's hazardous. When is the city gonna, repair it? And the question that I'm going to ask is, what is the best process for you all? Because I know you can't be everywhere all the time. Public Works is involved. We have a lot of LMDs. So I'd love to know from your perspective or the city managers, what's a good process for us to direct those citizen inquiries? And I also notice, looking at the severity zone map, that a lot of those citizen inquiries are coming from those little overlaps of that yellow into the neighborhood. So you have right on Mare Island bordering some of the homes. You've got right on Glen Cove bordering some of the homes. Columbus Parkway, I think that's the Tri-Point. Councilmember Ledeju's nodding, where we got an inquiry from someone. That's an LMD. Glen Cove's an LMD, and then Hidden Brook is an LMD. What is the best process so we're not just blasting you with emails and folks, for us to direct and get follow-up from our very, noticeably and understandably concerned constituents? And does this designation give us any additional resources?
It does not give us any additional resources. The process, the C-Click Fix process works. The emailing, the fire prevention email works. Also, you have to understand, even though it feels like the constituents are reaching out a lot, the complaints that I've followed up on from council or mayor have been 3 this year so far. So it's been
great. And I should clarify.
It's actually, we're doing very well. Our inspectors are out doing weed abatement. They're doing weed abatement inspection. They're doing noticing, and then they're doing basically, if we have to come in and take care of the property, we hire the contractor and abate the property. So the process may take a long time, but so far we're tracking well in the weed abatement standpoint. And even that LMD in the Tri-Point area has been at least started to be mitigated, and then will be further cleaned up as that legality gets rectified.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I appreciate you saying that, because I feel like the follow-through has been swift. every time we've gotten one of these inquiries. So is that system fine, or is there a better way?
I
What
think
we're
with
kind of
the-
currently doing?
I think with the personnel and bandwidth we have now, the system is working fine.
All right. I appreciate that. With that, do we have a motion?
I move that we accept the second reading and adoption of the ordinance amending the Vallejo Municipal Code by adding Chapter 7.57 related to fire hazard severity zones within the local agency's jurisdiction and recommended by the State Fire Marshal pursuant to the California Government Codes 51177 through 51179.
All right, and we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it. That's going to move us to item B. I'll ask our city clerk to announce this item, please.
Receive an update on public safety staffing in Vallejo and steps the police department is taking regarding recruitment and retention.
All right, thank you very much. We will go ahead and open up public comment on this item, both in person and online. And we've got our chief and deputy chief getting settled up front. Go ahead and take your time getting settled in. And I believe we have a presentation, Chief Cha, is that correct?
Yes, Mayor.
All
thank
right,
you.
so take your time. I know you're just getting seated. You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Jason Taw, Vallejo Chief of Police. Tonight I have with me to my right Deputy Chief Bob Knight. Previously, he had prepared this presentation to provide you all an update on our public safety staffing emergency, so he's going to also present tonight for you all. We'll talk about some of the current options that we are using and some that we intend to use in the very near future to supplement staffing. At your direction, we have brought some additional data. So tonight we'll present some data with our alternative response, the iHeart team. We'll talk a little bit about the average response times. I think, Mayor, you asked for some data on that. So we have a slide to update the council with our response times. And then to close, we have just additional steps that we would like to offer tonight, which is kind of the plan B we had spoken previously. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Chief Knight.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, City Council, this presentation was originally prepared for the council meeting on June 24th. So I prepared some material based upon what the chief talked about, some new information. Also, I intend to give some context in terms of, give you some contextual numbers of where we were at just before we went into the staffing emergency to see where we've come from. So the first slide is our staff count. Again, you've seen this many times. You see a dip in between 2008 into 2011, 12, and 13, around the time of bankruptcy. And then you have, at the end of 2024, we were at 76 officers and building back. Next slide. When we went to the staffing emergency, we initially decided to take this in phases. You guys have seen this slide before several times. On July 25th, proclaimed state of emergency for police staffing. The first phase was to look at our service model, and we discussed a variety of different ideas and models in which we could or possibly reduce service. We'll talk about those a little bit later in the presentation because if we don't get help from the sheriff, that might be discussions that we want to revisit, those staffing reduction models. In phase two, we rotated officers from the detective division and our traffic division into intermittently working patrol shifts to work the empty patrol slots. That phase was completed. The final phase that we completed is phase three, where we temporarily eliminated the traffic division in its entirety. The good news is we are currently building that division back as we move back into a more positive trajectory. Luckily, phase four was not needed, where it would require all patrol officers to work 12 on, 12 off, 12 on, 12 off. So we never got to that phase, and does not look like on our current trajectory we will need to revisit phase one at this time. Next slide. Okay, so some things that, as our staffing has begun to increase modestly, we are anticipating some changes coming in July this summer. We intended to assign an officer back to reconstitute the traffic division. The good news is that was already completed. We were ahead of schedule. We did that in January 2025. Next, we're considering assigning an officer back to a federal task force. If you may recall, last week we talked about regional and federal task forces and how that can be a staff multiplier. We are also looking at doing that potentially in summer, but we're also, as an organization, considering adding an additional traffic officer instead of that task force officer. It's just a question of at what order we do that in. Due to the high demand of the traffic division, they handle a variety of things in the department, special events, permits. If we engage in using security towers, that division will be used to move the security towers around. So that is something we're considering, is using, adding another traffic officer instead of a federal task force officer first. Next, this summer, we are on par and on a trajectory to implement a problem-oriented police team. That will be 1 sergeant and 3 officers. That is on track to occur. We've also continued to try to increase our number of police assistants. We did have an effective deployment or redeployment of one of our police assistants in October of 2024. We dedicated a police assistant to be assigned to the traffic unit full-time to address abandoned vehicles. At that time, there was well over 4,000 vehicles on the backlogged on the abandoned vehicles list, and we're now down to just over 2,000. So the police assistant assigned to do that full-time has cleared out over 2,000 vehicles, which is a good trajectory. Finally, our outlook is that we have 2 recruits in the Alameda Police Academy that are slated to graduate in December of 2025. The less than optimal news is we have no academies available until September or October, and academies all throughout the Northern California region are severely impacted. It's really hard to get slots in those academies. So that's less than optimal, but we'll continue to work through those challenges. Okay, this is my favorite slide. This is a slide that I want to just point out a few things. There's a lot of information on here, but as you get time, I'd like you to refer back to this slide because we are really using this as our roadmap to build back the police department. First, I want to point out to anything in the upper bar chart that has double asterisks on it, that means the number or projection has changed from the last time we presented. So we're only going to put those asterisks up in the actual bar chart when there's a change. We had to make an update to the projections on this chart because one officer failed out of the police academy and 1 officer was released from probation. So every time we have either a person come or a departure, we have to kind of, if it's significant enough, we have to kind of recalibrate the projections. One of the things I want to point out is we're hoping to get to 46 officers on patrol. That's when we're going to implement the POP team and 1 additional officer to a specialized assignment. It may be a detective, it may be the traffic officer that I talked about. We're almost there, and you'll see that here in a future slide. But again, these bubbles up top are when we get to those different projection levels. You'll see that number hovers around 50. So if you look at the different bars of patrol as the years go on, as you notice, they don't get too far above 50. That's because in the bubble above, we are building back our specialized unit capabilities. Also on the bubble off to the upper far left, that is our number that we're looking at. 48 officers is what we're saying is the minimum number of officers on patrol that we have to minimally operate and provide basic police service. And that basic police service is going to hover around the average response times that you're going to see here in a couple of slides. So that's not optimal. Our optimal number is 60. That's a number it's a stretch goal for us. We would like to get there in the coming years. But as you can see, we have to balance around the number of about 50, the low 50s, give or take, while dedicating additional officers to specialized assignments. That's why you see that number in patrol hover around in the low 50s. Next slide. This is a slide that's just orchestrating that previous projection of approximately 7 officers per year is based upon what we currently think we can retain the number of officers that we do have. When we started to gather this data quite some time ago, we looked at a snapshot from 2018 to 2024, where we determined we were losing about 6 officers per year to other agencies. That number has flattened and plateaued, which is a good sign. We currently have no officers slated to leave, but as you attract, recruit, and hire more officers, obviously I'm stating the obvious here, but you have to keep the officers that you have. So if we want to continue on that upward trajectory, we have to keep the officers we have, with that 7 projection, if you'll see the orangish yellow color on top is, if we were to get on top of that an additional 5 laterals per year, you see how that staffing multiplies over time. Instead of being at 106 officers in 2028, we'd be at 118 officers. This recruitment retention package for lateral officers that you're going to hear later tonight, this is just an illustration of what that projection trajectory can lead to. Next slide. Okay, so this is where we're going to give you some context. So I want you to kind of dial in on these numbers. In March of 2023, just a few months prior to proclaiming the state of emergency, the chief gave a presentation on our staffing and our staffing projections. So I'm going to reference some of those numbers in that presentation. Just for overall staffing, we are currently at 82 officers. Just to give you some context, in the very first slide, you see at the end of 2023, we got down to 72 officers. So we have reconstituted in that time frame 10 sworn officers. Currently reporting out on workers' comp injuries that fluctuates over time. We have down to 2 officers that are injured and work in modified duty, and 1 officer on long-term workers' comp dealing with a long-term injury. To give you some context, when we entered into the state of emergency, we were hovering around a number of 15 as opposed to those 3 total. So we've gotten a lot healthier. That's an extreme shift in the number of full-duty officers. So currently we have 68 full-duty officers. When the chief presented in March of 23, just prior to the emergency, he reported out that we had 67 full-duty officers. So that gives you kind of a snapshot of what you actually are working with. When you have 15 officers off on extended injury where a doctor says they likely cannot return to work, from a leadership standpoint, you can't count that really as working people that are going to be showing up to work in any time in the foreseeable future. So the healthier you get, the higher that sworn full-duty number goes up. Have some good news to report here. We have now 45 officers on patrol. On the previous presentation in May of 2025, we had 41. 4 of those officers came off of field training, and there's now 45 officers on patrol. We continue to have 5 patrol sergeants. There's also a little bit of good news here is that we have those 5 remaining officers on field training, and if those officers were to come off, in the coming months, we will be up to 50. So we'll be pretty healthy in terms of the total number of officers on patrol, and that will again give us that wiggle room to start reconstituting some of the detective division, the traffic division, a task force officer, etc. We currently have no officers that are resigning, and no one that is received a final offer to go to any other agency, which is also a good sign. Next slide. Okay, so these few items that we're going to talk about on this slide, these are items that you really need to consider where we're currently sitting, and that should factor in as you kind of evaluate this continued state of emergency, where all these individual items kind of lie. We're obviously going through the process of obtaining Sheriff's Office contract services to augment our patrol division. As you know, the governor signed SB 1379 in September of 24. We're in the process of deciding whether or not we're going to implement those Solano Sheriff services, which, as you know, the decision was pushed to July 22nd of this year. Or later in this presentation, we're going to provide alternative steps or some type of alternatives if we don't get the sheriff's help. Just to be clear, from a leadership standpoint at the police department, we are prepared to deploy our officers and the sheriff's deputies if we get those services, but we've also been behind the scenes preparing a plan if we don't get those services and how we can continue to stay on the positive trajectory that we are with hiring, but also to provide service with the officers that we do have. We're also, to remind you, getting continued assistance from the California Highway Patrol. We are still getting increased patrols off the freeway. Those traffic stops and statistics are still being tracked by CHP. I do still see a high visibility of marked units of CHP officers conducting enforcement, which is a good thing. We still also have the CHP's commitment for the sideshow deterrent detail. That is run 2 times per month on random days throughout the month. We would like for that to continue. What we don't know is whether we continue the state of emergency or discontinue the state of emergency at a future date, whether that assistance for sideshow deterrence will fall off. we need to have that conversation with the CHP, and probably should have that conversation before any significant action is taken. We're continuing to work to expand the security guard program. Public Works has done a really good job of getting that contract to the final stages, and I know that we are engaging with Meet and Confer with the labor group that may or may not be affected, so that is continuing forward, very close to the goal line. And again, just reiterating, you guys are hearing a retention, recruitment, referral incentive program that will be considered tonight by the City Council. Also, we're going to talk about this a little bit later in the presentation about expansion of technology and how it can help reduce crime and aid with investigations. This will be talked about in the alternative plans that we'll discuss here in a minute. Next slide. We were asked to bring some statistics on iHeart. When we met on the summer's violence last week, I kind of gave you guys a little bit of a prelude to this presentation, but it's good news. iHeart, the iHeart program, since being implemented in April of 2024, has been extremely positive for our city and for the police department. They've handled over 1,800 calls for service. Those are welfare checks, mental health calls, suicide attempts, family disturbances, trespassing calls, elderly assistance. We've been using them as follow-up to our officers when they're engaging with crime victims. They will follow up after a police officer has already made contact. They are helping with the unhoused and really starting to navigate folks to different resources that are available. The Navigation Center, they have sparked up a very good partnership with the Navigation Center. So we're really starting to work on all cylinders here when it comes to iHeart. One of the things of note that I think is really important to point out is of those 1,800 calls, they only required a police officer to come and take over and handle that call 100 times. So that's a very good return on your investment in terms of those are calls that would be either pending for hours upon hours or calls that just would never get responded to and eventually just go away. So that's a very good statistic. That means that iHeart is being used for the purpose we want them to be, and they're being effective. Their average response time, as most of you know, is on average 7 to 9 minutes, which is a very good response time. Okay, speaking of response time, so I wanted to give you guys a little bit of a snapshot of where we've come and where we were, and then we'll probably get into a conversation of where we can probably get to. These two tables are based upon average response times up to May. So when I was preparing this presentation, the only hard data we had was up to May of this year. So I compared it to the period of May of last year. Now I want to be clear, this is a 12-month average. So this is May of last year, the 12-month previous average, May of this year, the previous 12 months. So the numbers that you're looking on are the average of the last 12 months. What you'll see is there's been some marked improvement in Priority 1 average response times. If you look at the officers on patrol at the time last year versus the officers on patrol, we had 7 more officers on patrol in May of this year compared to last year. We're now at 45, to give you some context, which that's improving. What I believe this shows is that we have a 34% improvement in emergency response of Priority 1 calls. However, if you look at Priority 2 and 3 details, we are not even making a dent. That tells me that more officers on the street are increasing our emergency response, so we're getting close to that 48 number of the minimum we need to provide basic service. As we get closer to that 48, you'll see things start to improve. But right now, with the number of 41 at that time, you are improving emergency response, which is Priority 1, life or death. Those are things that are immediately happening. People need immediate assistance from the police. The second that it moves to a crime that has already occurred or a cold police report, you move into Priority 2 and 3. But as you can see in terms of the total number of incidents, the bulk of our police service is Priority 2s and 3s, and we're not making a dent in that yet with the numbers that we have. So if we get sheriff's deputies, I'd like to see how those Priority 2 and 3 numbers dip significantly as we get closer to that number of 48 or to that number of the low 50s. I believe that you'll see Priority 2 and 3 details start to have a noticeable improvement in response times. Next slide. I'm sure you guys have questions about that later. Okay, so this next couple of slides are what was asked of us to talk about what is the alternative plans if we don't get the sheriff's help. As the slides get a little bit deeper, it gets a little bit more significant in terms of things we are going to need to consider if we don't get the sheriff's help. Things that we can do to reinforce staffing just in general, speaking in general, shared services, this is things like we talked about, federal task forces. Also, you can talk about regional task forces. We don't currently have any regional county-ran task forces. However, if we don't get help from the Solano Sheriff's Department, if that process doesn't work out, we can possibly approach the county about establishing some type of regional task force programs. There's been regional task forces related to gun violence, human trafficking, retail theft, stolen vehicles, things like that in other jurisdictions. We can approach them and talk about maybe as an alternative, maybe we can start partnering with other agencies in the county and have it run through the umbrella of the county to have regional task forces. Just something I wanted to throw out there. Another tool that reinforces staffing is always, of course, structured overtime or specialized overtime. This is things like hotspot policing, Operation Starvation, where we post an officer out to try to deter the Johns that are picking up sex traffickers, holiday patrols, sideshow deterrent patrols, etc., things like that. We can continue to use budget permitting. We can use structured overtime to help reinforce staffing. When it comes to retention incentives, stating the obvious again, but repeating myself, keeping the officers that you have is the most significant assistance to keeping your staff reinforced, because as you build, to keep what you have is vital. The background process, just continuing to get as many candidates through the hiring process as possible. HR is doing a phenomenal job. We have basically one, kind of almost two people dedicated to us, pretty significant amount of time that just meet with our hiring sergeant weekly, actually probably multiple times a week. So we get regular check-ins from them. The hiring has gone the best that I've seen it in years. So I can say when we give that estimated 7 projection, we are hiring at about the most rapid rate we can with just, getting people off the street and putting them through the hiring process. Revisiting technology advancements. A couple of things I wanted to touch on here. There's things that, and I know that Councilmember Matias has talked about some transcription tools that we can to assist officers in writing their police reports more rapidly. There is a lot of technology out there that can do that. That is a very cutting edge AI features. There's technology out there that can literally watch the body worn camera video of your investigation for you and give you a shell of a police report. Those are all tools that could be time savers. The technology is, I will just caution, the technology is very new and is still working through a lot of kinks. We also have the California Department of Justice that we would have to talk to about any kind of tool that would auto-populate the officer's words for them. So there's a lot of issues that could have to be dealt with in that regard. But it is technology that could improve efficiency. I'd like to talk about our flock safety camera program and the automated license plate readers. We currently have a 5-year agreement with Flock Safety. Flock Safety and the license plate readers and the Condor cameras that are the pan tilt zoom cameras have been the #1 driver of solving crime in Vallejo. It is the reason that we have had such a high solve rate in our homicides. It is the reason that we solve a vast majority of our crimes. I cannot understate the crime fighting tool that this new technology is. We have a 5-year contract with Flock. We have 3 more years left on it. It's roughly $300,000 per year. We paid the first year, and we went to Measure P to pay for the remaining years. Measure P agreed to pay for this year, and then there's no funding identified yet for the remaining 3 years. We'll need to probably come back to you at some point next year to ask whether we go back to Measure P or we go somewhere else. But in addition to not having a stable funding source for that for the next 3 years, I also want to expand the program. So I also presented to Measure P committee about $200,000 in expansions that I think can really build out our capability to solve crime. That's something that I just would like you guys planting the seed to consider. If we don't get the contract services from the sheriff and we really start having to leverage technology, that's something that we should really look at doing, because my detectives are just asking, when are we getting more cameras? We need more cameras. It's just solving so many cases. Mobile surveillance towers. We just talked about that last week. We're going to be presenting some information later tonight on that. So we'll be looking into that as a staff multiplier. We also have another idea is, having a tip line that provides rewards. That was previously run, Crime Stoppers, Solano County Crime Stoppers was run by a nonprofit organization. That husband and wife team retired many years ago. So we do have an anonymous tip line, obviously at the police department, but there is no reward system attached to that. Just an idea of things that can get thrown out. Oftentimes those things are taken on by nonprofit organizations. Something to consider. The last thing is not on our slide, but I wrote it here in my presentation, is that it's really important to me, and I think that it is truly the answers to the test to continue to invest in our youth programs, that being the Vallejo Police Explorer program, which targets youth age 14 to 18 in high school. We currently have 7 of those explorers, and investing in our police cadet program. That's young people, young adults, 18 to 24 that are current college students. That's the demographic that we target with these programs. We currently have 0 cadets, and we have 2 in the hiring process. I'm a product of the police cadet program. It is a system that can truly be a very good feeder program. We just got to get the interest back up. We have 2 recruiters that are working on that. We have 2 applicants, which is a good sign, but I'd like to have 20 applicants for that program. Next slide. Okay, how can VPD increase recruitment, particularly with lateral officers? We already talked about the lateral hiring incentive. That's going to come before you tonight. That could give us upwards of 15 lateral officers, and if money is set aside for that. That would be, as the bar chart earlier in the presentation showed, would give us a big boost of those numbers if we started integrating lateral officers into the recruit officers that we are adding to the department. So we were able to add 7 per year. On top of that 5, you're going at 12 per year. That gets you to where you need to go a lot quicker. We're already engaged in a substantial recruitment campaign with All-Star Recruiting. They bring a variety of video and promotional material to the table. We just got done with a very intensive recruitment video with a lot of our younger officers to really market ourselves in a good way. So that's coming very soon. And they provide a lot of marketing tools, and they really provide us a very strong social media footprint, which is, I think, something that we had, but we can definitely improve in that area. A lot of agencies are really strengthening their footprint on social media, which is important when you want to attract young people. There's other technology advancements that you can consider. They have things like virtual ride-alongs, where people that are thinking about applying to be a police officer, they can go on the computer and almost like on YouTube or whatnot, go through a virtual ride-along to be a dispatcher, a police officer. There's lots of marketing tools that we can consider like that. There used to be loan programs for incentivizing officers to live in town, to things like that. I don't know if there's any of those programs currently up and running and active, but we could look into that as well, just as an alternative step to attract more officers more quickly. Next slide. Okay, so this is close to the end. Close to the end here. This slide is how VPD can provide better police public safety services. These are things that I want you guys to really start to really strongly consider, is if we don't get the sheriff's office help. We'll have to reopen a lot of these conversations. We're already really committed to civilianization. That's getting police assistants, people like crime scene technicians, to do some work in lieu of police officers. When we don't have enough police officers, we have to really leverage our civilian staff to pick up the slack where those things fall short. Retired annuitant program, that's a discussion that's been kind of round and about for a couple of years now. If we don't, there's benefits and drawbacks, obviously to a retired annuitant program, but if we don't get the sheriff's assistance, that's something that it's a discussion we'll really have to reopen in terms of the feasibility to have a retired annuitant program or not. Again, I won't go into it again, but the cadet program, I'm a big proponent of that. And that's something I think that will pay long-term dividends in the future, but that's not going to get you immediate results as a feeder program. Adult and senior volunteer programs and our Communities on Patrol, COP program. Sergeant Hollis reported out last week to the council that we are revitalizing those programs. We anticipate fall for those programs to become up and running. We do have currently a volunteer program, but the participation is very low. We're going to really start to market that program in fall and get a whole bunch of new volunteers for the police department, which is very exciting. Technology enhancements. Again, don't want to beat a dead horse here, but when you have less human officers, many agencies have found that there's tools like a real-time information center, drones as a first responder program, These things can nicely augment the lack of officers, so to where you're trying to really work harder, not work smarter, not harder, if you will. Okay, and the last thing I want to talk about on this is the service model adjustments. If we don't get help from the Sheriff's Department, we really need to reopen the discussions about how we are going to have to limit service. The high number of call volume with the officers that we currently have, that's something we need to really take a realistic approach of what our current realities are. So those things can look like, again, not married to anything here, but loud music calls, loud party calls, neighborhood disputes, custody order violations, verbal arguments, things of that nature. We could consider rolling some of the service back on some of those calls for service. We could potentially, if there's nothing dangerous, we could potentially look into using iHeart for some of those things. There's some things that we'll have to look at in terms of not being able to go to all the calls all the time. There's also Condition Blue. We've talked about that a few times in Phase 1. That's a model that we looked after in Stockton, California, whereas after a certain number of calls for service are into a pending status, or that you don't have officers to respond to, you go to a thing called Condition Blue. That's where, for a 4-hour period, officers stop responding to priority 2 and 3 calls and only avail themselves for emergency response. That would be a formulation that we could come up with how many calls that is, compared to how many officers that there is on duty. Again, that was something we extensively looked into that was not implemented. That might be something we may have to revisit if we need to. Last slide. What can the council and city leadership do for us? You know, we talked about and really tried to troubleshoot some of these things. Mental health and wellness of our officers is really important. You know, the positive comments, the encouragement that they receive, they hear these things, and it means a lot to them. I don't really think that police officers get into this line of work for accolades and for appreciation, but anybody who's an employee knows that if you feel appreciated by the leadership and the city council, it means something. So that was kind of the point of this slide. I think that's something you guys can give to us in terms of when it's warranted. Really appreciate the officers. Family and cultural support. We have a very strong VPD spouses and loved ones group. Any kind of support, whether it be on social media, at community events, donation giveaways that this organization does, really highlighting that on your social media or coming and just seeing what it's all about. It's a very good program that is unique to Vallejo. Technology enhancements. We use a wellness application. There's lots of different stress dashboards, biofeedback, things for physical wellness that we can get. But mainly, as we discussed last week, the last thing that I kind of would leave you with, and it was impressed upon me, and a message well received, is we likely would appreciate some fiscal support. Is if we don't get the sheriff's assistance, if at mid-year or next fiscal year budget, I heard your message, we will come with more fiscal asks that may entail some of the things that were just outlined in these alternative plans. So we ask for your support if we do bring some of those things forward that would need fiscal support, that is something that you guys could do on our behalf. That's all I have. I'll turn it over to the chief if he wants to do any cleanup work.
Yeah, Manny, can you just back it up a couple of slides on number 3? Just one, that last point. So the very last item under the service model adjustments, there is a section, a bullet point section there talking about loitering with the intent to commit prostitution ordinance. So this is an ordinance that many cities have used to bring back a offense that is no longer on the books. So this will allow our officers to address that behavior by giving them some means to make detentions and or enforce that type of behavior to reduce that occurrence from happening. And then just go to the very last slide, Manny. So tonight we are in front of you all to request that you consider finding that the city continue to declare a state of local emergency due to our ongoing staffing challenges. And with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you following up on the items that we had highlighted last time. I want to clarify before we take public comment whether or not we're being asked to take action on this item, because the agenda just says receive an update, but it sounds like you're requesting that we extend the emergency tonight. Is that accurate?
My recollection when you asked for the chief to bring this back was just for the update with the additional
Does that,
information.
so does that preclude us from taking action to extend the state of emergency? Now, the reason this is accurate, because the reason was the last time we extended the emergency, we requested the update within 30 days, and the
Correct.
emergency only has to be extended every 60 days. However, I know we had to continue it after a late meeting, so I don't know if we're pushing it on the 60 days and what our options are at this point. I asked that prior to comment, because I think if we don't take action tonight, we should try to keep our comments brief and move.
Well, through the chair, Mayor,
Go ahead. Okay. They're going to take a minute. Chief, you had something, and then we'll call public comment.
yeah, you're correct. Initially, on the last update, we were asked to come back within 30 days. I think that got pushed
It
at
did,
least
yeah.
2 times.
When was
So if we are able to get direction today, it will allow us not to have to come back, I think, next week or the following week for that direction. But I don't know if.
It was May 27th. So 60 days. We
60
still have a
days.
couple weeks, but we're kind of we're in the gray area right now. Why don't we take public comment, and then we can follow up on whether or not we can take action? Do we have any commenters in person on this?
Yes, we have one public speaker, and
All
that's
right.
Robert Schuschel.
Let's call him.
Schussel.
And through the mayor, while he's coming up, we do have 2 members of the public who would like to speak online.
Okay, great. We'll call them after Dr. Schassel.
Yes, good evening again. City Council needs to reconsider its approach to staffing, recruitment, and better police services. The solution in the staff report will make little difference until fundamental issues are first dealt with. I think you're putting the cart before the horse. Without real reform in the police department, not much will change for our affected communities. Chief Todd needs to lay out a plan to change the culture within his department and report on the progress being made. I haven't heard that yet. The paramilitary culture in the Vallejo Police Department has resulted in a high number of police shootings, inappropriate use of force, and allowing illegal behaviors to occur in the department. A significant amount of the public doesn't trust the Vallejo Police Department, which unfortunately causes them not to be less willing to help the police, because I think it has to be a partnership. These behaviors have also created a highly negative perception of the Vallejo Police Department outside of Vallejo, which hurts recruitment. There needs to be appropriate checks and balances to hire good people, but they are non-existent. According to a recruiter that Vallejo hired, and I'm going to quote this exactly, hiring people that wouldn't have been hireable in other places, people who have admitted to committing crime and fraud, really problematic things, and people who have gone on to do problematic things. The same person, this recruiter, listed 25 deficiencies in recruitment that needed to be addressed, and the city's response was to ignore the recommendations and fire the person who identified the problems that needed to be fixed. Am I going too fast for you, Ms. Knapp? Because you seem to be looking at other things.
As requested by the council, I'm looking for answering their question.
That's accurate. Go ahead, Dr. Schassel. You can address the council with your comment.
All right. Here are a few of the recommendations that this person made. No standardized recruitment guidelines, no standardized disqualification lists, no recruitment activity plans, interview panels consisted of sworn personnel only, human resource representatives and community members were not included, and potential EEOC discrimination complaints. How can we have the police protect our community if we don't hire the right people? City Council needs to demand that the current police culture and hiring practices be the top priority, or all of these things that are on your list aren't going to really make much difference in the long run if you don't have the right people as police. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if we're going to call our online speakers and then we'll follow up. Let's go ahead and call our speakers.
Thank you. The list has grown to 3. First speaker, Ann C. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you. Hello, Council. It's Ann Carr. I'm a broken record inquiring about the security guard contract. I'm boggled that we can't seem to actually move it forward now. It's in Public Works. And I just think that if the city or the PD or the city attorney's office, if somebody has decided they're not going to do it, let's be candid about it instead of playing footsie with the public, because it's just being strung out. The other thing that I wanted to mention with respect to the alternative services or alternative points of providing police service, I'm very concerned about the quote verified alarm program or verified alarm ordinance. That program was a failure where it had been implemented before, and some of the newcomers to council might not have been in on the session when we heard that it had been discontinued for 2 reasons. 1, because there were too many burglaries, and 2, because people's insurance was being canceled. So even if we have alarms now that are not being responded to, at least there's some deterrent value because some of them might be responded to. But in general, I think it's poor for safety in the community for us to broadcast, oh, well, we're not going to reply to most alarms. And so the problems we've had with smash and grabs before, they would fully intensify. With respect to response time and how to improve it and blah, 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 what I hear and experience in the community is priority 2 and priority 3 calls right now. No one ever hears from the police. So, there's that response time thing on the chart of it takes so many hours for these levels of calls. But effectively, if there isn't blood and if there isn't a shooting, you don't ever see police. And sometimes even when an active crime is in process, you don't see them. So I am skeptical about the great progress we're supposed to be making in terms of improving response time. We need more people of various flavors on the street, and we need them sooner rather than later. And the delays are just really unconscionable. And with that, I think to go to Dr. Schussel's comments, part of what I feel is that we don't have a partnership with the police in Vallejo in terms of providing service. It's the old occupying army attitude. And my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Diana. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, it's Deanna Lang. 25 years. I've been paying close attention to the City Council of Vallejo, VPOA, VPD, and the fire department. When I came on board, it was the fire department that was the big bad bully. Kurt Henke ran that union and created a lot of animus in our community. But that department actually cleaned itself up. That union actually cleaned itself up and is really a model now. But let me go to this. For this presentation, this is a case of cause and effect with the dismal and horrendous history, which is still in practice today, of lawlessness, ethical malevolence from VPOA, and the absolute failure to have any real outside investigation into the rot of this police department. There is no wonder why staffing levels are so slow. Read the Vallejo Sun article today. Ask why the Vallejo City Attorney is doing everything in her power to block any real, outside, independent investigation. That will surely implicate her failed department into the rotten players that have been allowed to flourish in this department. Vallejo PTD is poisoned for new recruits that want to do right. make a difference. Instead, it's been stocked with crappy candidates that were rejected from other jurisdictions. That is why good cops leave. That is why there's low morale. That is definitely why there's little faith in the community for our police department. And it breaks my freaking heart. There are few who are trying to do right, but then they look at the whistleblowers who were defamed, harassed, and threatened while the city attorney covered up untold violations, and they leave or they stay silent. Cart before the horse, lipstick on a pig, VPOA needs to be dismantled. A full and thorough investigation of criminal activity needs to be explored by the DOJ and the FBI. Please. The city attorney needs to be stripped of her job, her salary, her benefits, and be prosecuted along with the other bad actors in that department. Flush the VPOA. This system is sick. It needs to be opened up and cleared out. And by the way, the reason why there's no COV, City of Vallejo, incentive for police to buy homes in Vallejo is because there once was a program. And they abused the program. They bought homes with great loans, then they used it to rent them out, and they never paid back those loans. That is kind of sums up what's wrong with this department. Please, get to it. Please, DOJ and FBI, investigate them criminally and clean this up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last speaker on this item, A+. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor. A+, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can. You're a little faint.
Okay, hold on, just 1 second.
Could you try talking a bit closer to the mic? If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
No, they've muted themselves again.
Okay, let's try one more time.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, Council. I'm here tonight in firm opposition of the Vallejo Police Recruitment and Retention Incentive Program. The Vallejo Police Officers Association.
We are one item before that. If you could hold, we'll make sure you're first in line for the next item.
Okay.
Yeah, the incentive program. This one's on the staffing if you have any comments on that.
Oh, okay. I'll wait. I'll hold
No
my
problem.
comment.
Thank you
Okay.
so much. They're very
Great.
interconnected items. All right, any other speakers?
None at this time.
All right. So my recommendation, let's follow up real quick and see. I'm hoping we might still be able to vote to extend the state of emergency. I know we were doing some investigating over there.
Jeez. The state of emergency was last, according to the city clerk's office, excuse me, extended on May the 27th. Your next council meeting on the 22nd is the 56th day, so it can be done at the next council meeting. The item tonight on the agenda and the staff report speaks only to the delivery of the report, so it has not been noticed this evening for action to extend the emergency. Therefore, it will
Okay.
have to take place on the 22nd.
So you're saying we cannot, even if we wanted to go ahead and do it, we couldn't because of how it's
Because of
agendized?
Brown Act, yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
in that case, I'm going to make the recommendation to council that we do just one round quickly if we have questions or comments on this, since this is going to come back. Councilmember Matias.
I'll be quick. So thank you for the update. I would like the chief and the city manager to report back to the council. And I don't know if you guys agree on adopting the 30 by 30 initiative that other police agencies have adopted to really zero in and focus on recruiting women officers to our agency. So I want to start to see some of that data. I want to better understand why we're not attracting more female officers to our department. And, you know, I would like to see some movement on that sooner rather than later. You guys can look at the framework of the 30 by 30 initiative and then report back on what initiatives you're taking. Because I know there's a recruitment strategy, but I'm very focused on how do we attract more female officers to the department.
Yeah, at the next presentation, we can report out on, we have already adopted the 30 by 30 program, I believe in 2020 or 2021, pretty early on when it was initiated, but I don't have the specific details. I can give you some more details at the next presentation.
So you can give us an update on what you've done to adopt the...
Yeah, we have adopted, but yeah, the steps we've taken since then, I can provide
great.
some additional information.
Thank you.
And I think some information on what our recruitment success rate has been by gender as well.
Thanks. Anything else, Councilmember Matias? All right, Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Ta and Deputy Chief Knight, for your presentation. Just quickly here, with the success that we've identified with the iHeart program, do we, based on the contract we currently have with them, do we have any say with their ability to increase their staffing to kind of get, to spread the wealth as far as the success they're having?
The budget dictates how they will be able to staff. So that budget is already set, so their staffing levels are set. I don't have the exact hours in front of me, but I think it's about 40 hours per week.
So I guess my follow-up question to that is because we put more money towards iHeart this year, and so if you're saying that if we increase that, we were able to, whether it's direct them or highly recommend they add more staffing, that has the ability to move that forward?
Yes, so with more staffing, we could get more service from iHeart. We are hovering around, we're trying to maintain 7-day-a-week coverage. We're hovering around 8 to 12 hours per day, depending on what the budget will allow. The model was always to go to 24-hour coverage. So that's always a goal. So the more money that we contribute, the more that we can increase the amount of service we get on iHeart. We can extend the hours, et cetera.
Thank you for that clarification. And then to some of the suggestions, recommendations you had, and you highlighted the mental health and wellness of the police officers, and you talked about family and cultural support. I would recommend that you look at the Vallejo School District, Vallejo City Unified School District, because in the past couple of years, we've implemented what are called mental health support providers, so that to help provide that person to talk to for the police staff, and whether, I don't know if your model includes a psychologist in there too, but I think those are the type of supports that I think would help support the need or the recommendations for the mental health. And the question I have for the technology, you highlighted the AI technology. Has that gone through in front of the Surveillance Advisory Board, or is that the type of thing that would need to go in front of them?
Yes, yeah, we haven't adopted or considered adopting that technology. It was just presented as an idea. That would all have to most likely go through the Surveillance Advisory Board.
And just out of curiosity, with something like that, with AI and technology, is there any cross-pollination between what the Surveillance Advisory Board would have to review and comment on that versus what the POAC would have to do once they become full force?
Yes, so the answer is yes. They have a different scope, the POAC, compared to the Surveillance Advisory Board. So with the AI technology and how that technology uses surveillance, so the recordings would definitely, of course, fall underneath the SAB. Now the POAC, their scope is really something a little bit different. You know, they're looking at misconduct cases, they're looking at disciplinary cases. So they'll have the ability to review all that, but not necessarily dictate what the technology does in the course of actually obtaining that information.
Thank you for that clarification, and that was more for the question or the clarification for the general public to make sure they understood the difference between what SAB's role is versus what is the POAC's role. So thank you for that, and that would be the end of my questions.
Thanks. Councilmember Ledeshu.
Thank you for your time. So several things. I just want to go back to iHeart. So they, on an average, how many hours a day?
As we approach the staffing challenges, I think they got down to 8 hours per day, 5 days per week. Previous to that, it was 12 hours per day, 7 days per week.
Okay. So I'd like, when you come back, I'd like to know what is 12 hours a day, like these key times, 12 to 12, what that cost is, 7 days a week, and then I'd like to also know what is it 24 hours,
Yeah, we
7
can,
days a week.
we can certainly provide that. I think that contract hopefully will be in front of you all on the 22nd. So you'll have a prelude or prelude to those hours just based on the current budget set aside for next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. And then, in addition to that, when you come back, I'd like for us to talk about culture. What are we doing as it relates to building our culture? So the philosophy is it generally takes 5 years to change culture. So what have we been doing in the last 2 years, 3 years? And we talk about staffing in depth. Let's talk about culture and what are we trying to shift and where are we trying to go?
Yeah, we can provide that, but what I will tell you, what my opinion is on culture is what a department or an officer does every day. So what they deal with every day, how they handle themselves, what decisions they make every day over a long period of time. So as we, as leadership, look at the outcomes over a long period of time, 5 years or longer, are those the outcomes that we find acceptable?
So I'm going to tell you what culture is for me. Someone who has a degree, a master's in leadership. Culture is tone at the top and how that is walked out, how our espoused values are walked out each and every day, and how they are expressed and lived out each and every day. So I want to know, what is the tone at the top? Not just our mission and vision statement. That's on paper. How do we live that out each and every day? And how does it flow into community? And how do we continue to build that community relationship? We have Sergeant Hollis out there working and others, and we have our officers. But what does that look like, and what is it that we're modeling, and what are we hoping for as we keep moving each and every day? As I state, we talk about staffing models, which are really important. How do we marry all of this together? What are you hoping for? What is your vision as the chief as it relates to what we are becoming as a police organization?
Yeah, we can certainly come back with that information. And I agree with you. I think it is tone. Part of the police culture, though, to dictate tone is in strong policies. So as one of the speakers spoke about with some of the enhancements, with our reforms and the policies, that is how it drives that tone from the top all the way down through the policies and the accountability of ensuring those policies are met and dealing with staff when they are not. So we can certainly bring that
Those
information
are part
back.
of it. So I know that you understand what I'm asking for. And because when we pin down where we're going as it relates to our culture, as we're recruiting, that talks to our reputation, right? So it's intertwined, and I'd like for us to have more discussions about where are we with our reform work. Not how many findings we have mitigated, but what does that mean in layman's term? What are we doing for all of the different recommendations and findings that we have had to work through? And break it down so our community can understand. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a few things. So per the settlement agreement, there's supposed to be a ribbon established for someone or an officer exemplifying 21st century policing or reforms in general. Is that correct?
Are you referring to the life-preserving award, or it's the exemplified de-escalation? That's the one we're talking about.
Okay, I think that's the one. Yeah. Has that already been established yet formally?
Yes.
Have we already awarded anyone with that yet?
There will be a recipient or recipients at this year's award ceremony that I believe is August,
Okay.
I think, next month.
Okay. So, I mean, so speaking of culture, I think that's something that really does need to be highlighted. I would love for them to be, present at a city council meeting, just so they're recognized by city council. And, just from my experience also, when we talk about cultivating culture, it shouldn't just be individuals, but, if you have, I don't know what you call them in the police, but like, do you call them squads when they're like 2 or 3 together or something like that? Like, yeah. So, I mean, if they're competing for a squad level award, where it's like, hey, we're in this together, we're trying to help each other get this award or something like that, or knowing that there's another squad out there who's going to, get an award versus us, that really does kind of cultivate that competitive mindset to be more ingrained, to be more reform-minded. So just a recommendation, I'd like to see that. So it's something just beyond the individual award, but maybe a squad-level award. And I don't know what our flexibility is as a city to create ribbons or medals, but for the new officers who joined Outright Academy or those who are laterals, especially during the staffing emergency, I'd love to see some sort of ribbon acknowledging that they're doing a lot of hard work during the staffing emergency. It's a small token, but anything that could help in terms of morale and retention would be incredible, and that costs us basically nothing. I also heard, maybe it's just one officer, but are there a number of officers who have to stay at a hotel when they go to work? If they got to pull like multiple 12-hour shifts or anything like that, if they live too far away?
A hotel?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of. We have a sleep room that's at a location in the city. That sleep room was recently revitalized by the spouses group that I told you about, and they cleaned everything up and made it a very nice space for officers who work very long hours that they can sleep in the sleep room area.
Okay, so that's not too bad. I'm also really interested in maybe encouraging officers to enroll themselves in some sort of jiu-jitsu or some sort of program, martial arts program, where that doesn't require striking, but using defense tactics where they don't escalate to a level where a lot of punches or kicks are involved, but they could just move someone and manipulate, but not but apply sort of striking, which we're trying to work backwards from. But is there any interest in the organization who be maybe interested in doing something like that?
We have a component in our defensive tactics to deal with grappling and other alternative ways of affecting arrests or defending yourself. So that's already in play.
Do those individuals, do they go out of their way to train on that outside of the formalized training?
Some do. It's not required by post, but many do go and train outside of that. And I think you're talking about the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and that's a martial art that is really starting to bleed into the law enforcement for the reasons that you just stated. So we have folks that are trained in that regard, and we are starting to infuse that more modern defensive tactics training, moving away from the old stuff, Koga method, et cetera.
Yeah, and so speaking of culture again, I mean, if we could incentivize it, provide some sort of rebate or something like that from the city level, I mean, that's really inexpensive compared to everything else. But it just shows that, hey, like, we recognize that you're doing something good work and training and making yourself a better, more excellent officer. If we could do that, that might go a long way. And lastly, the Explorers program, I mentioned this last time that we need to invest in long-term solutions, and it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of takers right now. But is it possible, and this is maybe a city manager issue as well, but like, can we look into creating a stipend for the Explorers program for high school students who may not necessarily be interested, but with the stipend they may be, I might want to do this for a summer or something like that. Because right now it's just voluntary and there's no other fiscal compensation. So I love to see something like that. And that's all my comments. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Gordon.
I would like to say thank you so much for your report. I want to thank you so much for doing what you can to help build relationship with Vallejo, such as example for the late night basketball. Not only did you help revitalize it with Brent Garrett, retired officer, but you showed up and you've seen we had over 100 plus kids that was there, and there was no rejection from seeing your presence. I feel like it built up relationship, and that's what we need to do. Not saying that we should negate anything that happened in the past, and I believe you're working on that, but I also want to say thank you so very much for helping me get that off the ground. Vallejo need that, and as you can contest, that I appreciate Sergeant Hollis and Brent Garrett, try not to call him Sergeant because he's retired. The present was amazing, and so they are there from the beginning to the end. They're watching all over, so people are safe. And so, but I just want to say thank you for that partnership. You heard a lot of people share their concerns of not wanting to be part of this because of past history. But then you also heard that they were glad that they did choose to do this because they got a chance to see what was yesterday may not be as so much as today. So I myself personally appreciate your part in that. And I heard you say something about going to your culture to the family. Being a previous military dependent, we understand that partnership with the city and with, as we call back then, civilians. I heard you say, well, show up to these events. I would like to know, how do we get invited, you know, to build that relationship with, because a lot of people may not realize a lot of people, our police officers do live in Vallejo, or they do live in Solano. And so I heard one time Sergeant Garrett say, we don't get invited to the parties. We don't get invited to the weddings. We don't get invited to the graduations. So of course, the only time we see each other is not always on good terms. So I would appreciate having that continued relationship, but building on it, right? We all know Christopher Gordon, my son, respects officers very much so. And that's because he was raised that way. And I don't want him to ever lose it. That's why when you do have graduations for officers to come on, I always make sure I brought him down here so you can see him, not so much the first time, because of fear of him maybe getting shot. Because unfortunately that has been our past. But I'd like to know why we don't have, when you have graduations, you don't come to the city council anymore. Why did that stop? Because I remember before when we have officers, they would always come here when you had graduation. I saw something like that online, but I don't remember being able to be part of that. That's about it.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think a lot of the graduations occur at the actual academy itself. So depending upon where the academy is conducted, the graduations are done there. So we're happy to extend those invitations to council. If you guys would like to attend, you're more than invited to attend. And then to your point, we are attempting our best based on staffing to increase engagement. So as a couple of you had mentioned, Sergeant Hollis, he is leading that endeavor. And our goal is to really kickstart the Neighborhood Watch program. So we have those intersections and interactions with community as well as Business Watch. So it is something that we're building back slowly, but it is something very critically important, as mentioned earlier, to get that partnership reestablished.
All right. Councilmember Matias, a very quick follow-up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry. I just want to make a general comment and then 3 quick things to the chief. So I know that there's been repeated comments made by members of the public around the verified response ordinance. And I just want to say that if the police department is proposing solutions and said solutions have been sitting on the queue for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, I think we have a responsibility, not just as electeds, to explore said solutions and to see whether or not said solutions are feasible for our community. That's not to, so I don't just want to be dismissing things for the sake of dismissing them. I think we should all engage in debate and discourse and figure out, does it make sense for this solution that they're surfacing for us to have it adopted in our community? And so I would just encourage folks to keep an open mind with that respect. Lastly, in addition to the 30 by 30 comment that I made earlier to the city manager and the chief, while these presentations are useful to me to some extent, I do want to better understand what are additional measures we can take when it comes to the recruitment pipeline. And so I also want to see, how long is it taking us to get back to new applicants? How long is it taking us to review applications? The fitness exam, how are we scheduling those? Are there opportunities for efficiency? So like really getting into the weeds and helping us understand from a pipeline perspective, are there areas where we can continue to realize some efficiencies to get more folks on the pipeline? And so any data you can share with us, I think can help inform a better discussion in future updates. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. I'm going to truncate to 2 very brief comments, which is actually a really brief comment. I think the priority 2 response time of 5 hours is really striking to me. We've got to get that down. Just for the general public, priority 2 includes assault without a weapon. So if you have a DV and there's not a weapon involved, it's taken police maybe 5 hours. Maybe they're prioritizing it within the priority 2, and it sounds like they are, and I appreciate that. But I mean, yeah, we've got to get that priority 2 down, especially. You mentioned all-star recruiting, doing recruitment videos and marketing videos. I think for the next meeting, or if you could email the council, maybe share at the next meeting what those materials look like, because I know in the past the department recruited with some very militaristic style videos that were kind of like, look at our big, assault rifles, and I would like to know with this firm that we're paying, what image are they putting out to potential recruits? And is that image consistent with what we envisioned for our, new transformed department? And to the public's concerns, I mean, yeah, we have some room to grow. I do recognize that we are recruiting right now. We're recruiting some good officers that have local connections. So we're recruiting people that live in Vallejo, that are from Vallejo, that have family in Vallejo, and that's, so I just don't want to lose that in all of the discussion. There's still a lot of issues that need to be resolved, but that's, some of the folks we're getting are just, they're coming here because they're connected to the community, and that's something that we can really leverage potentially. The other thing I'd want to request for next time is I would think it would be valuable for us to know who has been leaving the department, who we've lost in the last couple years. Are we losing people that are, officers that have been here 0 to 5 years? Or are we losing officers that are retiring? I want to know, are we churning new officers? Are we burning them out and churning them? So not looking for any specific, nothing that would compromise anyone's HR, demographics or anything like that, but just, how long were they with the department? Or, and who are we, what's our retention actually look like here? Are we losing folks? That's what I have. We don't have action on this item. So thank you both very much for the presentation. We'll see you again on the 22nd because we'll have to hear extending the state of emergency. And as we transition to item C, I want to raise a couple of things. My first suggestion to the city manager is we've got to figure out how to get through items faster. To my colleagues, we're just, if we're going an hour an item, we're here till, it's never going to happen. We're clearly not going to get to item G, which is the Budget and Finance Committee, and I need to follow up on that because the request was for an ad hoc committee, and this is a standing committee, and Reka's here, and I'm wondering if we can just release Reka and agree to postpone that, because I cannot imagine we're going to get there with what else we have before us. So city managers, does that sound okay? Can we go ahead and say we're going to continue that and let Reka go?
Yep, that sounds fine.
Okay,
Thanks.
let's do that. I don't want to make you sit through this next couple items. Do we want to take a short recess for our next item? Because we've been sitting up here for 2.5 hours. All right, let's go till 10:50. Let's do real tight, so 7 minutes tight break. Councilmember Matias.
Since we're inching very close to 11 o'clock, do you guys want to take a vote on having this be the last item for the evening?
I'm okay with that. Is anything urgent that is gonna, item D, we can rush, I think we should go through item D. Because the whole reason we pushed that last time was it's the notice to intent to amend the budget based on last week.
that'll be quick.
Delaying that one will hurt us, but.
So that can be the last item for the evening, D?
Yeah, so we're basically pushing E, we would be pushing E and G. Yeah. Go ahead, Councilmember Palmares.
So, kind of skipping ahead, but, I was really looking forward to E because that's where those prostitution ordinances were going to come in there. So,
Yeah.
if we push, when's the next time we'll be able to do it?
Why don't we make a decision, so let's let Reka go now for G.
Okay.
Let's get through C and D and let's see what time it is and make a decision. We can take a vote as a council.
Okay.
I really do want to I don't want to spend too much time on it now and I want to take a recess, but we've got to get these meetings ending sooner. I agree with Councilmember Matias. It's not fair to the public or
I
to
don't want
us
to
or
go
to
until
anybody.
1 in the morning today, and we need to stop. So
Yeah.
let's take a vote right now on the remaining items for the evening, and we can resume in 2 weeks or whenever. Are we meeting every week this week? Every month this week?
Our next one is in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we need to stop because we've been saying that every single meeting and we're going until 2, and then we got staff here again at 8:30, 9 o'clock in meetings. That's unacceptable, and it's also not fair to the public. I've been hearing it for 6 months from the public. Let's start tonight. So can we just agree on the 2 items and then call it a night? D, C and
okay with
D.
that.
Let's take a vote.
I vote yes for C and D.
I'm a yes on that.
Thank you. Yes.
Do we need to do a button vote or roll call, voice vote? I think we should just do a voice vote.
I can do a roll call vote real quick. Okay, I heard the vice mayor say.
Yes, Councilmember Gordon's trying to get, Councilmember Palmares.
Can I make an alternate motion?
Sure.
Please.
Technically, yes.
I like to only include C and E.
And not D. So take the request that we prioritized last week and delay them another 2 weeks, which completely defeats the purpose of them.
Oh, wait, put it like that.
Yeah, that's why I said D.
Can I add to the motion?
Okay, we're pushing it. So you can add
Just add the E,
you
that's
can-
all we're asking, just add the E.
You can add
No.
can add a friend,
Motion,
so you can add a friendly amendment to Councilmember Palmares' motion, and he can accept it or not accept it.
to add the E,
He had E in his motion.
So
Let's
C,
vote
D, and E.
on, let's vote on,
C, D, and E, that's all we're asking.
so we're just voting on continuing G right now.
So my
Okay,
friendly motion is to add it, would you say again?
which is, that is consistent with his motion. We'll just vote on his motion.
The E, right?
His motion had E.
Okay, that's fine.
Let's do a roll call vote.
So
We're
that
voting
I'm
on the-
clear, the alternate motion by Councilmember Palmares is to only do C and E?
Yeah, C, D, and E.
C, D, and E?
So we're basically just continuing G with that motion.
And then continue G. Oh, okay. All right. So you want to do it on the screen? Here. Sure. This place. Okay.
We'll see if it's too late.
We're just voting even though that's not the motion. All right, so.
The motion fails with only Councilmember Gordon and Palmares and I.
Let us vote on Councilmember Matias's motion now.
That's not going to take 10 minutes. That's a long conversation.
Okay, so the motion now is only to do which item?
C and D, and then end.
C and D, okay. All right, let me reset this again. And it's got a different title, just for voting's sake. Okay. I'm missing a vote. Okay. Motion carries with Councilmember Paul Maris opposed.
All right, so let's take a recess now until 10:55, and then we'll go. All right, colleagues, let's make our way back so we can start. All right, we're going to go ahead and come back from our recess. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Let's go ahead and announce item 9C, please.
Approve a slide letter agreement between the City of Vallejo and the Vallejo Police Officers Association for the recruitment, retention, and referral incentive plan, and notice of intent to amend fiscal year 25-26 budget to appropriate expenditure of $2 million for recruitment and retention, step 1 of 2.
Great, thank you. Let's go ahead and open up public comment on this item, and I believe we have Human Resources Director Cifuentes. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Stephanie Cifuentes, Human Resources Director. So the item before you tonight is the long-awaited recruitment and retention incentive. Before we get into the incentive details, I want to talk to you about how we got here so that everyone is aware. This information, as well as the very detailed incentive plan, can also be found in the agenda packet for tonight's meeting. So beginning back in 2019, a survey conducted by the International Association of Chiefs of Police found that 78% of agencies surveyed nationwide were experiencing recruitment challenges for public safety. These recruitment challenges grew in 2020 with the pandemic and also widely publicized incidents of police misconduct, which also fueled a demand for police reform and a movement to defund the police. Public safety numbers continued to decline through 2023 with high rates of officers retiring or leaving public safety. California in particular is experiencing what they're calling a 30-year low in public safety staffing across the state. Impacted agencies are experiencing similar challenges that we're experiencing here, such as reduced or non-existent neighborhood presence, reduced services, and specialized units, all of which contribute to an increase in crime, long response times, and an increase in businesses closing or relocating. Agencies relying on overtime, which can lead to burnout of existing staff and increase in safety issues or workers' compensation claims. Also similar to our situation, impacted agencies across the U.S. have been implementing various options to try to address the public safety staffing crisis, such as enhanced marketing campaigns, recruitment strategies to attract candidates from diverse backgrounds, recruitment and retention incentives, reviewing existing policies and recruitment and selection processes. In July 2023, 2 years ago, City Council adopted a proclamation declaring a local state of emergency related to public safety staffing. In conjunction and at the direction of City Council, previous City Manager Mike Malone assigned $2 million at the end of fiscal year 22-23 to help address recruitment and retention. Mr. Malone tasked HR with conducting a study of surrounding agencies and the recruitment and retention incentives for police officers, creating a recruitment and retention plan for the City of Vallejo, and finding a way to amplify recruitment efforts and identify other means for resolving the staffing crisis in the short term. All of those conversations and the work being done to address the public safety staffing shortage has continued through staffing transitions in the City Manager's Office, the City Council, and VPOA. I think it's important to remember that at that point in time, we were down to, I think it was roughly 67 officers, so we were in a true crisis. The intent behind the recruitment and retention incentive at that time was for it to be a one-year pilot program, so that we could fill our vacancies urgently and keep officers we had left. It was not intended to reward officers for performance or behavior. It was intended to really stop the bleeding at that point in time. In addition, the point at which this started, other agencies were either just starting their recruitment and retention plans or they were very early in it and didn't have any efficacy data. Any efficacy data available now is kind of mixed amongst agencies depending on the specifics of their plans. The city is committed to addressing the public safety staffing emergency with a multi-pronged approach. One of the first things we did was to get our collaborative recruitment and selection process with HR and VPD back on track. We also made some changes to the class spec to garner additional candidates. We worked together to identify and contract out for our enhanced marketing campaign, which is now up and running. We began the work on the recruitment and retention incentive plan. The city began working with Solano County to contract for supplemental law enforcement assistance. We're working with VPOA to determine how broadening our existing security guard contract might be possible. We're working towards trying to find a workable solution with VPOA to broaden our use of retired annuitants. We're working with VPOA to move the POAC ordinance forward. And then also council has provided staff with direction to look for interim housing options for VPD and to look at other ways in which we can improve morale and working conditions. I don't know how many people in the community are aware, but the VPOA board changed over in May. The new president and board have been very collaborative in trying to address many outstanding items that we had that were unresolved. Our initial focus was the sheriff's contract, just due to the timing of that. But we've been engaging with them, and there is a willingness on both sides to build a positive relationship and move the city forward. It's probably important to know that for any items that have potential impacts to employees' wages, hours, or working conditions, we're required to meet and confer with potentially impacted bargaining units and talk through those things. In the meetings we've had thus far, VPOA has been very gracious and flexible. It does take time to get through those conversations, though. Previously, we didn't have this type of willingness, so I wanted to acknowledge them for that. We're not currently in negotiations with any of our bargaining groups, but we are meeting and conferring on these outstanding items that we're collectively working to resolve. I also heard something earlier, I think, about oral panels for police officer interviews, so I wanted to just address that just so that everyone has the same working knowledge. I think that may have been outdated information. Prior to 2019, HR and the community were not involved in the recruitment and selection process or the hiring interviews for police officers. We were basically posting, and then VPD was doing everything else. However, in 2019, when then Police Chief Shawnee Williams came on board with the City of Vallejo, HR and PD created a collaborative recruitment and selection process, which actually does include an oral panel made up of one person from HR, one community panel member, one VPD sworn member, and one VPD non-sworn member. HR trains the panel participants, facilitates the interviews, and certifies the eligible list. That's also dependent upon the availability of community members to be able to participate. But for the item before you tonight, the recruitment and retention, in order to move this forward, we're required to amend the budget to appropriate the expenditure of the assigned funds. This is the first step of the required two-step process to amend the fiscal year 25-26 budget. City Council will consider tonight's notice of intent to amend the budget. Then, if Council approves tonight's recommendation, the final action would come back to you on July 22nd, and the amended budget would go into effect on July 23rd. And I can take any questions.
All right, questions from council? Comment. Oh, yeah, let's take public comment first. Do we have any in-person speakers on the item?
Yes, we have 5.
All right, let's call them.
The first speaker is Sherry Ann Groom.
Good evening again. Tonight you're being asked to approve $2 million in recruitment and retention bonuses for a police department under California Department of Justice oversight with no performance requirements, no reform goals, and no accountability. That's not just fiscally irresponsible, it's ethically indefensible. Why a side letter now? Rumors say that this came from a previous council, but no one recalls giving that direction. So what's really going on? Yes, we need to attract officers, but the path forward is through real reform. Reform that ends the misconduct that still tarnishes this department and this city. The egregious behavior outlined in the Gomez and Jenkins filings, the related depositions, and today's reporting on Corporal Eaton, these are not outliers, they're patterns, and they come with rising financial liability. It took state intervention just to force basic accountability. The DOJ oversight and settlement are clear signals this department has not earned the public's trust. Yet here we are again, offering cash with no strings attached, no reform metrics, no progress tracking, just money. Bonuses should reward integrity, performance, and improvement, not be handed out while misconduct continues unchecked. If you truly want to rebuild trust, fund transparency, fund the independent auditor, invest in oversight, make reform the condition, not the afterthought. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. In 2023, officers received a 16% raise and a one-time bonus. Then later in the year, an additional $3,000 in ARPA bonuses. And what has improved? What do taxpayers get? We have, in this suggested scenario, Corporal Eaton will receive a retention bonus of $15,000, while taxpayers pay taxes for the 3 lawsuits filed against him. We have inadequate public services, a compromised justice system, and diminished quality of life. Bonuses without accountability don't retain excellence, they reward dysfunction. Tonight's vote will define your values. Don't reward a broken system. Demand accountability, deliver reform, and honor the public that elected you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jimmy Jen.
Thank you, folks. I believe we've just got only so much money in our budget. And I also believe tonight that these fellows in the police department gave us some great ideas to put money towards. I've heard a little of this, I heard of that, and that we could actually agree with. Sherry Ann just said that they've already been well compensated with the past few years. The problem is not pay, not incentive. It is a police department still containing folks no one wants or should be required to work with. This is the problem. Do not pour our taxes into a rat hole that will not reform itself. Change is a heavy, heavy lift. It'll take all 7 of you to make the changes, and I've been watching and trying to participate as a citizen since '74, and we've just never, here we are. We've just never had the changes. So choose what you do best individually on council and apply that to our problems. Ask each other for help and make the change. No on 9C.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Kelly.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In the name of transparency, a common thing expressed to the residents of Vallejo who elected you in the name of building public trust. Another promise you assured the people of Vallejo during your campaign. Why are we giving $2 million in retention bonuses to a department that has not been reformed? Has not proven these bonuses will retain any officers, as there is no obligation attached to them that deters the officers who receive the bonuses from leaving right after they receive them. A few common sense questions. How is it that this newly elected council is legally obligated to approve bonuses approved by a previous city council. These monies to be paid are with public funds, yet no part of this process has been made public. No current council, or no one who was on that council who's sitting here now, has any real definitive recall of the facts. Questions: where is the contract that proves that this was approved by the council? Please provide the public with this agreement or contract. Last but not least, what legally binding process requires the current council to approve the promises of a previous council? Please provide the public with proof so we can be assured the sitting council is not a NEB or VPOA ordered rubber stamp, but a deciding body. With so many more developments of horrific revelation, any council member who thinks it's acceptable to keep public information private is corrupt. A good marketing tool is true reform, not social media. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Schussel.
Yes, I would hope that you vote no on giving a third set of bonuses. It's my understanding that City Council has been told that the last council tentatively approved this side memo and that the current council has to approve it. However, several City Council members that have been spoken to say they can't ever remember approving even that agreement. If staff can't produce a document or a video to this effect, then the current council has the right to alter or eliminate the proposed side agreement. You don't have to do this. And let me just say this, there are numerous problems with this proposed bonus. First of all, there's no figure about how many officers in total would receive a bonus and the total amount it would cost. So they're just, all they say is all. How many is all? Second, why would you offer a bonus with no strings attached in the middle of negotiations? And I don't mean to insult either HR or the city attorney or the city manager, but giving away $2 million without any concessions suggests incompetent negotiations. Three, where's the evidence? I'm a researcher, so I can say this. Where's the evidence that these types of bonuses improve retention? This would be the third time in the last couple of years a bonus was offered. What proof is there that it made any difference? I could see possibly in bringing in new people or lateral people, but for people who are currently here, I defy HR to show us one piece of evidence that it made a damn bit of difference. And how many officers are estimated to leave this year if there is no bonus? From what we saw earlier tonight, there was very few officers leaving the last couple of years. So what difference does this money really make? Using the money to start construction on a new police station would be a lot better use of these funds. And I would ask the magic question, what is to stop a current officer from leaving the day after they receive a bonus? Other cities either spread out the payments for several years or offer a lump sum if the officer will stay another 3 or 5 years. So why isn't that being part of the negotiation? All you're doing is throwing money down a rat hole. And finally, I would say, if VPOA is being more collaborative, why isn't POAC meeting instead of being stalled and nothing gets done? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Crystal G.
And while she's making her way to the front, we do have 3 members of the public online.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Cristal. Good to see y'all again. I'm a Vallejo resident and an organizer with Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition. 2 million department bonuses, huh? I'd like to raise a few important contextual issues given the moment, the climate, the time. I work with low-income tenants, unhoused neighbors, and families trying to survive in a city that often turns its back on accountability. I understand that council planned to discuss badge bending investigations in closed council just before this meeting. I'm urging this council to not appeal the Court of Appeals decision in the ACLU lawsuit and release the badge bending investigation records and not approve item 9C. The people of Vallejo have a right to know the full truth about what happened inside our police department. Most all of us in this room and beyond, nationally in fact, know it all too well. This is not just about documents, it's about way long overdue justice. This is about the trauma of generations of Black and brown Vallejoans who have experienced systemic violence on our streets, in our homes, in our institutions, and we are owed transparency. No more delays. The court has been clear. The public has a legal right to these records under SB 1421. And the city's prior excuse or reasons that it needed a court order to avoid legal risk is no longer valid. You have that order. So now the question is whether you'll stand with the people or continue to shield a culture of impunity. As someone organizing every day around housing justice, I see the direct links. The same Vallejo residents being evicted without cause, harassed by landlords, living without basic protections are the same residents who have experienced police violence or who have lost family to it. We're talking about Black working class people, about immigrant families, about entire neighborhoods that have been surveilled, displaced, and abandoned. So how can our communities even move forward and begin to heal if the city continues to hide the truth? I urge you, do not appeal, release the records, choose accountability over obstruction. We're listening and watching. The whole country is watching very closely. And for these reasons, we ask that you vote no on 9C.
Thank you. All right, let's call our online speakers. Let's take A+ first, since she was, I don't know if she's still at the top of the list.
Thank you, Mary. She is an A+. Please go ahead and unmute yourself. You have the floor.
We might have the same issue as before.
A+, if you can, unmute yourself. You have the floor. Okay, we'll come back to you. Next speaker, Ann C. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, good evening, Council. Ann Carr again. So with the retention and recruitment bonus, there's been a lot of discussion about how we're in competition with other police agencies, blah, blah, blah. So I could understand the recruitment bonus and even the referral bonus, but apparently this is a package deal that the police union won't agree to that unless they also get a quote retention bonus. I have problems with the administration proposed for this, where half of the retention bonus would be given immediately. So basically it's a non-retention bonus, and then the other half in 12 months. I agree with the concepts that Dr. Sheshel put forward, that if you're going to do a retention bonus, that you actually should look at a period where you're trying to retain the person. And then we get to some of the culture issues and reform issues that I think are really at the heart of what has held us back. And I have not seen the Vallejo Police Department truly embrace reform. They ran Chief Williams out, who had a reform program going. And in the meantime, they've done sort of like a checkbox approach to reform. But I don't see a true willingness to really have a different approach to policing and to really try to clean up their past and admit it. More, it seems like they just want to deny it. And they're using some of the tools of their union contracts, the meet and confer tool, for example, to basically keep the city stalled and hold us hostage. So I really have to agree with some of the other speakers where if we were to truly embrace reform and the healing that needs to happen around police violence that we've had in the past, that would be the biggest thing that we could do to grow the department. And you have to think about it. Anybody who is looking at a potential job here, the first thing they're going to do is Google Vallejo policing and then see all these reports come up. Why would they come here? And oh, by the way, this affects not just recruiting for police, but recruiting for any of our staffing openings. So the reform issue is really top of mind for me. I could agree to the recruitment and referral bonus, but the retention bonus really it is really hard to swallow given where things stand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, coming back to A+, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. A+. Okay, we'll come back to you one more time. iPhone, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. My name is Cindy Mitchell. I'm here tonight in opposition of the Vallejo Police Recruitment and Retention Incentive Program. The Vallejo Police Officer Association claims that we're in a state of emergency. But I have to ask, when hasn't it been a state of emergency in Vallejo when it comes to VPD? Let's be honest. Vallejo has always been in crisis, not because of the community, but because of the Vallejo Police Department itself. This department has terrorized our streets, destroyed families, drained city resources, and then had the audacity to go live peacefully in other cities far away from the trauma they have inflicted here. They always need more. They always want more. But what have they given this community in return? Let me tell you what they've given us. Murdered sons, brothers, and neighbors. Badge-bending rituals to celebrate killings. Barbecues after shootings while we were burying our loved ones. False narratives, forced settlements, and public lies. Millions in lawsuits paid by taxpayers, not from their pockets. And a reputation so damaged, Vallejo became the first sizable city in California to file for bankruptcy, largely because of police spending. And while they claim to serve and protect, Vallejo police are known for something else entirely. They're known for calling hours later to see if you're dead yet, instead of showing up to help. Let that sink in. Not to protect, not to serve, but check to see if you didn't make it. This is not public safety. This is psychological warfare. Now, once again, the city has been asked to approve $2 million for a department that has been unreformed. They have not been reformed. They have not demonstrated any integrity. They remain under state oversight because it's a long track record of violence and misconduct and continues to deliver inadequate public safety to the very people it's sworn to protect. How can we justify spending more on a department that still hasn't earned public's trust? Don't reward Vallejo with more money, Vallejo police with more money. Reward Vallejo with real reform. And here we go again, being fed the same tired cycle. Scare the community, inflate the crisis, and demand more money. It's always an incentive or a bonus. But in the end, it's the VPOD that wants to bone us. They dangle danger in front of us and promise protection and in exchange demand payment. That's not public safety. That's extortion with a badge. Let's not forget 2011 VPD protested more money. And when they didn't get what they wanted, an officer was killed. Something many believe was a sacrifice tactic to justify a campaign of violence and fear. We've seen it before. Same wolf, different coat. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Circling back one last time to A+, this is your final chance. Please unmute yourself.
That was A+. So
Oh,
we're
that
good.
was A+.
That was, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. That is it for our speakers. Comments, questions from council. I can go first. I'm not seeing any. So, all right. I want to be open with the public, and I'm going to only speak from my perspective here. I can't speak for my colleagues. I learned, so, we've been following council. If you've been following council, in 2023, there was the money set aside for recruitment and retention and the development of the desire to develop a plan. And that, that topic has been coming up. So this wasn't new that this was in progress, that this was an initiative that the city council had supported in the past, developing that plan. As someone that swore in January, I found out about the structure of this program when it was put on the consent calendar last month. And had no idea that there was $15,000 that was going to go, in this particular way. And I want to be really clear that the four of us that just came on had no input into this. This was brought to us completely done. And the message was, it's now done. We can't make any changes to it. And I'm not going to speak for my colleagues. I am concerned about the process because we are in a city where we are in an emergency, we have mistrust, we have needs. It's really important to put things through that lens, and I don't think this process did that. Recruitment and retention is really important. And I actually, I want to say on it because I've thought a lot about this over the past couple months and the just impossible situation that this council is now put in. And I want to say to folks that have known me for a while in this area that I can say firsthand, having spent a lot of time in 111 Amador over the last few years, we have some really outstanding officers doing really outstanding work patrolling the streets of this city. I can say that firsthand. I've met them, I've ridden with them, I've been at calls for service with them, I've sat with them. We have really good folks. We have to retain those folks. It weighs on me every single day that we not have those folks burn out with these long shifts and the environment that they're in with this understaffing. So I think, this council is ready to turn the page and do our part to rebuild the relationship between our officers as a whole and our city leadership. And there's a broad support to the new officers. We also owe far more transparency to the community, and we need to do this right if we're going to do this. And the position, again, that I'm in, only speaking for myself, is I just can't put my name to something that I didn't give input into and that I wouldn't have supported in the structure that it's in. I think we need to have higher expectations and standards for ourselves. I wish that we had engaged officers in developing a plan that actually met our needs to see if a financial incentive was the best way to retain them or if they wanted mental health support or investment in the station or other things. I wish that we had thought strategically about our understaffing needs and how long we wanted to retain the officers, because we're talking about a plan where we get to full staffing by 2028, and we're talking about retaining officers through 2026. So that doesn't get us there. And we have to think about what officers we want to retain. Who are we targeting and who are we trying to retain? Are we trying to retain the person that's going to retire in a year or two and get them to stay an extra year? We might be. Are we trying to recruit that new officer in the 0 to 5 years? And how do we show that we're trying to recruit the good officers? There's nothing in here, and I know there's limitations with bargaining units, but there's just nothing in here that really shows that. I don't think this builds trust. I think it erodes it. This is not the way to do this. And I'll gladly support these types of incentives. I'll gladly support our good officers. I will defend that, as someone, again, that's seen it firsthand. But I've got to see it done thoughtfully in a way that meets the needs of our community and is going to build trust. And my concerns with the process and the lack of transparency with respect to the receipt of these by our entire department as a whole, you can see from the community's reaction that this is not meeting the moment. So I'm going to be voting no on this. And I'll turn it over to any of my colleagues that want to weigh in. Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for the presentation. I hear everyone's concerns, and I really do understand where everyone is coming from. I think my one interpretation, and this is my interpretation, is that we collectively have we've not been doing a great job of explaining what reform looks like, how we have been implementing reform, and what progress we have been making with reform. And to be honest with you, there was a moment in time where we did have more robust conversations, and that kind of fell to the wayside for a number of reasons, including public safety in general. But that is something, it's not a good reason and not a good excuse, but it's something that we need to correct and reinvigorate. I know we have a forthcoming public safety committee, but I think maybe part of that, and I'm just trying to think of ways to correct this problem, is, can we assign someone in staff to assist with that? Not just the, hey, here's the data, for a layperson that may not make any sense, but really get into the storytelling of like what is going on with these reforms, how it impacts the community. City Manager, is that something we could possibly assign to our community engagement officer?
Yes, in fact, it's something that the police department is working on. So we've been working with DOJ for a number of months to agree to a dashboard that would illustrate where we are on reform progress, and want to marry that to a narrative discussion regarding some of the recent accomplishments in reform. I completely agree with your sentiments that we have not done a good job of explaining where we are and where we need to go on reform. And I know that the police department feels very strongly the same way. I'm expecting that we'll be able to publish that dashboard within a month, again, with some companion narrative information explaining for the layperson what our recent accomplishments are.
That would be fantastic. And this may not be something that most people know, but Cal DOJ, and I feel like I could say this, is that they were not very, they were very hesitant about what data can be presented to the public. And it's something that I'm pushing for. I think a lot of us want to push for, but I know, behind the scenes that Cal DOJ was kind of reticent about that. But as much as we could push this, yeah, absolutely. Let's get into that, putting that message out there. And I don't want that to get misinterpreted as, well, this is just propaganda, right? I think this is actually a conversation point, and seeing, okay, here's the reforms that VPD is on the hook for, that they have to do, but is it also meaningful? And so we're actually looking under the hood, we're kicking the tires, and we can have a conversation. Is this something that they are checking off the block on? Or is there actual substantive change behind it? And we see that, and we mentioned culture several times tonight, and then are we actually imbuing that shift within the department? And I hope it is the latter, right? But we'll never know until we actually have those meaningful conversations. And I think part of this package is that we really do need to, we owe it to the people to make sure that gets out there, and then as we're actually actively pursuing reform, people know that that's happening, and not just like that's something that we may or may not be doing, because we don't know. Like, I know, but I'm just one person, but the public deserves to know this, and I think that'll be a great program for the community engagement manager. Is it manager, officer? I always forget her title, but Sharon, yes, for her to do. Oh, okay. And this is a question for either DC Knight or Chief Taub, but are there any numbers or even just anecdotal evidence from the officers who have left in the past several years, actually just say 2 years, or from the officers who decide to stay and stick it out? Like, what are their motivations for leaving? What are their motivations for staying? Because I hear a lot of narratives, right? But the thing is, I just don't have any real data in front of me, and I don't have the privilege to just go ahead and survey all the officers. But I mean, maybe you could illuminate that for us?
Did all the microphones die? Oh, I'm so sorry.
So, council member, thank you for your question. So in 2023, we had a initial presentation that kind of laid out the officers that did leave up into a certain number of years. I don't have it in front of me tonight, but we were able to map out where they went when they left. So there was the bulk of the officers we saw, I think it was in the realm of the high 60 percentile. They left to go to surrounding agencies. So what that indicated to us was that they weren't moving out of the area, they weren't moving out of state, they weren't leaving the profession, they just left our department. The other piece was that we had some exit interviews. Those are voluntary, as you know, and most of the time those are done through HR. And we did have some of that data. I think at one point we did bring in Baker Tilly, which is a consultant firm, to do interviews for some of the existing members that were here. So we can revisit that. I don't, off the top of my head, have all that information on the motivation for the officers that remained. We had more information at that time on the officers that actually left.
Yeah, that's definitely important information. I think that, I think the other council members would appreciate that data. Kind of shifting conversation points, but I've also heard a comment or two about conditions to this bonus. And Director Cifuentes, can you comment on that? I mean, what exactly are, can we add conditions? Are there limitations to conditions for this, or maybe you can explain that a little bit better?
So again, when we initially put all of this together, it was really just a stop the bleeding kind of process. So we were not directed to provide any conditions based off of performance or behavior or anything like that. It was really just, hey, we only have 67 officers left, or whatever number close to that it was. We are bleeding out. We need to find a way to stop the bleeding. We need to retain the officers that we have, and we need to figure out a way to bring in new officers as quickly as possible. Now, had we been able to get this off the ground and implement it 2 years ago when we first started talking about it, we would probably have a very different situation in front of us than we do today. But now it's 2 years later, and we're having this conversation.
It is a kind of precarious position because our mindset was a lot different back then, and now we're in a little bit more comfortable position. And I think, just speaking for myself, it would be nice to have, okay, let's be more exacting and precise about like what or whom we want to retain. But I mean, it's just, it's been a while since we've talked about this.
Yeah, and the problem is that we started these conversations back then, so we've already been, talking to VPOA and meeting with them, trying to get this moving, and it's just taken this long for us to be able to get to this point. Again, when the board turned over in May, it helped us to be able to start expediting things, getting things moved along. But here we are.
Understand. Okay, thank you so much.
Councilmember Gordon.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Well, I think I kind of heard a little bit to my colleague's question. So at this point, we can't make any negotiation to like extend another year. So instead of that 1 year, extending another year with them, we cannot do that? Is that what I hear you saying?
Correct. What we have in front of us is what we have met and conferred with VPOA about. And so those are the discussions that have taken place. So if we were to go backwards, that would be considered aggressive bargaining. I know that there was a comment earlier by a member of the public about, why didn't we extend this over several years period of time like some agencies do? Well, we're giving $15,000. $15,000 is not a whole lot in the grand scheme of things compared to some of the other agencies that are giving $50,000, $75,000, $100,000, right? And so they have the ability to stretch it out over, a couple of years, 3 years, whatever it is. Whereas with $15,000, the more you stretch it, the less impact it really has. And again, the intent behind this when it was originally brought forward was really just stop the bleeding, keep the people that we have, and also recruit as many people as we can for the vacancies that we have.
Thank you for that question. And can I ask you one more question? This has been going on already. We've been already giving retention, right?
No.
No, we have not. I think I heard someone say that. I want to clarify that. We have not done that yet.
Correct. We have not. We needed to take it to council for approval prior to us being able to implement. So this is the first step in that process. Thank you for asking.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm gonna sort of structure my comments into 3 buckets. One of them around public safety, the second one around around reform, and the third around the recruitment and retention plan. I'm gonna start with public safety. It's interesting just to hear the public discourse over the past couple months, depending on what issue we're talking about. When we were talking about the sheriff's contract, some folks were saying, you could spend the $11 million on officers. Why are you going and spending that money on the sheriff's contract? We still said, we need to prioritize public safety, and if we have that staffing in place, then that can be a bridge until we get more officers into the department. So we moved that process forward. Now we have a plan in place that could potentially accelerate the number of officers coming in to the agency. And we're having a very different conversation, and at its core, when folks are losing their lives, the number one comment I see on social media is, why isn't the Vallejo City Council doing something about our public safety? Why isn't the Vallejo City Council doing something about our public safety? The response times are not acceptable. This is not acceptable, and they'll go through the whole list. And so, it's very difficult, and I'm being very honest with the public, for me to sort of, on the one hand, see that cry for help from the community, which has been in place for several years, and we've been making some gains, but not fast enough. And then, on the other, the solution is, well, do nothing. That to me is not an option, to do nothing. It's not. Every person that I spoke to, again, said they wanted us to improve our safety posture. So that is just one of the things I'm grappling with as an elected official. How do we improve our public safety, the security guard program, the sheriff's contract, even getting people off the streets, right? Like opening the navigation center. We've taken steps this year in the first 6 months to move all of that forward, and we're making progress. But it's not enough. And so I would just ask the public, do you consider this to be acceptable, our current position as a city? Do you feel safe? Do you feel safe? That's number one. Number two, reform. If I ask members of the community, what does reform look like for them? I will get several different answers depending on who you ask. That's a problem. That's a problem because it tells me that the city has not done a good job around creating alignment around what reform looks like and how do we get to a resolution as a community. Frankly, I think it's an area that the chief has to work on. It's unacceptable that 2 or 3 years in, we're still trying to figure out, okay, how do we keep the public informed of the progress that we've made around our reform efforts? Because at just the last meeting, he shared that there were additional reforms that were made. Now, as a council, we created an ad hoc committee, and that body is going to work with the DOJ and VPD to make sure that those reforms continue to move forward and that we're communicating that out to the public. Now, again, where is community in that process? And is that even enough? Is us creating a committee and moving all of those things forward, is that even enough? Because in some ways, like, we're sort of saying it's either safety or reform, or they're one and the same, and they are one and the same in certain respects, but I can tell you I've made decisions this year to make sure I'm holding VPD accountable in some of the votes I've taken, and I've also made decisions to make the city safer. I've done that. So I think we have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Now, the third point, this recruitment and retention plan. Everybody up here knows that I don't sugarcoat stuff. I tell it like it is. You may like it, you may not like it. It is what it is, right? But I have a responsibility to be honest, because I got to look at myself in the mirror every day. And here's what I mean by that. As a member of the public, I heard about this recruitment and retention bonus for several years. I was not on the Vallejo City Council. This was talked about. I'm sure this was information related to officers. And so now we're saying we're not going to do this for whatever reason, even though this is something that we've been talking about for several years and that other agencies are offering. And just as a comparison point, because I know a member of the public asked, well, what are other agencies doing? I'll tell you. Vacaville, $20,000 signing bonus. Fairfield, $10,000 signing bonus. Torrance, down in SoCal, $15,000 annual bonuses for 5 years. Alameda, $75,000 signing bonus. El Cerrito, $10,000. San Francisco, $5,000 signing bonus. Fremont, $10,000 signing bonus. So the other agencies are actually taking steps to recruit and retain their those departments, right? And so what are we doing as a community to actually do that? Which gets me to the last point. I agree that I didn't necessarily have a lot of input into the program as a new elected official. It was presented to me, this is kind of where we're at, and you know, I kind of looked at my colleagues and I said, well, I suspect, you know, the previous council was informed and made decisions every step of the way. But from my recollection, and again, there's the public meetings we have, and then there's the closed session meetings we have. This was brought up by staff multiple times in closed session. I'm sorry, I'm just going to put it out there. Now, we all have a responsibility to ask questions. If we don't know, you know, what's being asked or what's being negotiated or what the points are, we have a responsibility as elected officials when you're not in the room to ask those questions. Now, did we do that? I don't know. But I can tell you that that was brought up. What do you want to prioritize? And so, again, I'm sharing this with you guys tonight so that you know we've got to get to a place where even if it hurts and you don't like it, I'm telling you, this did not just come out of left field. Did I have input into the process? No, I did not. I think there is a payback provision in the program. You pay out $7,500. If you leave tomorrow, you have to pay it back. And then the second payment comes in a year from now. Now, would I have structured it that way? No, I probably would have stretched it out several years. But were we informed multiple times? We were. So, I'm talking about the Vallejo City Council. I'm telling you from my experience, there's meetings we have in public, meetings we don't have in public, and it did come up. So I just want to be transparent, and I'm speaking for myself. I have to make sure I can look at myself in the mirror and tell you, yeah, I didn't do it. Should I have asked questions in those meetings? Probably, more questions. But is this coming out of left field? It's not to me, both as a member of the public and as an elected official. So I will make a decision tonight to move that process forward. But I think we've all got to do some, reflecting on what it is that we ultimately want to see and how do we marry these things and how do we move forward together as a community, because I don't think we're entirely there yet. I'm committed to reform and I'm committed to keeping the city safe, and I will do that for as long as I'm in office.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Stephanie, for your presentation. And I especially want to highlight the history you provided for this one. And as one of the council members that was here when this first came up, when we first took office, Councilmember Bragenza, Councilmember Palmeros and I, when we realized there was no retention or recruitment, especially in our state of emergency, we were pretty much flabbergasted of why those conversations hadn't happened at that point, especially when we got down to the 67 officers and realizing we were seeing these plans of the 3 different phases of what Interim Chief Todd at that point had to try to create. And so what we were realizing was that we needed to put a stopgap measure. And I think, to speak to the mayor's point about process, the process back then was discombobulated. It wasn't very well communicated to us as council members, at least, and once again, I'm just speaking to myself, that it wasn't very seamless. The information was kind of ad hoc coming to us left, right, on occasional. So there was nothing that was that was, in my mind, that was something that we could put together. It was kind of like a jigsaw puzzle almost, coming to us piecemeal on a regular basis of, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? But in my mind, there was nothing that came to us as a cohesive to what it looks like right now, whether it was piecemeal. And to Stephanie's point, that this was, we were in that state of mind of that we needed to stop the bleeding at that point. And so with that understanding, we want to move forward with a retention and recruitment bonus. And so I think that and also keeping in mind, for those that have not been part of negotiations, when something has been brought to the table with a bargaining unit and something's been agreed upon, then we can't go backwards of changing the numbers, changing timeframes, or things of that nature. So to a certain extent, and there was a point of how the last raise or the last contract the police had, that was with a significant raise. But I can speak for Councilmember Palmeros, Bragenza, and I. When we came into that process, that was beyond our approval ability at that point, because that was actually done with a negotiator that we had no say on at that point. And when we found out what the process was, and to where we were finding information out about that negotiations after the fact, I can speak for us that we were very flabbergasted to where when we realized that, we were saying we're never going with that negotiator again, and we've stopped that. So we're using a different negotiation process moving forward. So once again, that speaks to the dysfunction or the misinformation or lack of information or continuity of information of what we, the 3 of us, had to kind of sift through, to where in my mind, it never came to the point where this is the final decision that we're coming up with, because through that negotiation process, it was always the meet and confer to where we thought, let's throw them, let's offer this. But then there was no willingness at that point with the previous VPOA administration to move it forward. So we were always stuck in limbo to where we as a council at that point were always asking, why isn't this moving forward? Why wasn't this moving forward? So through the VPOA at that point, which was a previous administration, and I think they rightfully had questions, since this was a new thing that they had to kind of sift through. But by the time it got to where it is right now, that's where we're standing right now with the idea of we needed to stop the bleed at that point of losing officers. So what my point is there's been some misunderstanding or misinformation that's been getting out there, and I want to make sure that the people understand what the true history of what happened when, as the three of us, that when we were on council, what happened. So once again, it wasn't a very seamless, it wasn't a very streamlined process, but it got us to the point to where, yes, we were able to move forward with that, and I want to thank this current VPOA administration for helping to move this forward, because we weren't able to move this forward previously. So the fact that we were able to do that, and the fact that I wouldn't use the term bend over backwards, but they've been very agreeable with some of the things that we've, especially with this new VPOA executive board, they've been very amenable and very able to talk to, and kind of have these conversations to move things forward of things that haven't in the past been able to move forward. So I think people need to give that understanding. And to the mayor's point is the vast majority of officers are the good officers that we want to keep. And so we have to ask ourselves, are we, by saying no to this, what are we saying, what is the message we're giving to the good officers that have been here for 5 years or less? I think the vast majority of them have been here for 5 years or less. What are we saying to them by saying no to this? That's a question that we have to ask ourselves as a council. And once again, if we're touting that public safety is our top #1 priority, then what do we say? What are we saying if we're saying no to this? So that's a question that we have to ask ourselves as a council and as a community. I mean, and so with that being said, I think to Councilmember Matias's point is that we as a council need to identify what is our true priority here. Are we saying that? And I'm once again making these comments with the firm understanding that this council is very much into the reform process of the VPO of our police department moving forward. The fact we haven't gotten there to move the reform portion forward, I don't know if saying no to this is going to prevent that from moving forward in a positive way. But I think from this council, we are determined to make sure the reforms do happen. What that looks like, I think that we're still in the process of making that happen. And to Councilmember Matias's point, the fact that the community has very different options of or what it looks like to them. But that we as the council need to have that final decision or that leading decision of how that's going to look forward. And this is where we value the community's input of what that's going to look like, so we can help guide that conversation from a reform standpoint. But the reform, unfortunately, has nothing to do with where we're at right now with this retention and reform, retention and recruitment bonus that we're talking about here. And there are provisions in there that in my mind, that give us a few safeguards to make sure that the officers do stay here over at least another year. And once again, this is something we can revisit at a later time for the future of recruitment and retention bonuses, with potentially looking at performance metrics or how our reform conversation is going to move forward with that. So I'm just posing that out to my fellow council members to ask ourselves, what is our true priority? Is public safety it? And does this prevent us from showing the public that public safety is our #1 priority?
And I think to your point, Councilmember Matulik, that was the intent that previous city manager Malone had communicated to me, was that for that handful of officers who stayed and who were here without the support and really staying and giving to the community what they could because they cared. Acknowledge, like, this was a way to recognize and acknowledge them and try to get them to stay. So.
Councilmember Letajou.
I'm going to share this story. And I've done a lot of reflection and a lot of thought. And in my career, I've had the wonderful opportunity to clean up a lot of messes. I'm just going to say it just like that. And I will tell you, as a child, my parents had a rule. I grew up with several siblings. And not all of us worked at the same level growing up. And it was, you need to get your chores done, and if they're not done, everyone's going to be in trouble. My sisters and I, my siblings and I, we talk about this, and my parents are both gone. And it is one thing that I always hated, I still hate it today, that I'm held responsible for what somebody else does. And as someone sitting in this role, and as someone who has taken 4 major organizations out of trouble and to moving forward, I've always, in those roles, I've taken on what was left, what was undone, whatever the case may be. And today I sit here and I think often, I spend a lot of time doing city council work, and it's not supposed to be a full-time job, but it feels like one. In the 6 months that I've been sitting on this dais, pushing a rock up a hill. And I think about the officers, I think about the public safety, I think about, I'm just gonna say it, the deaths that have happened in this city, I think about our reputation, and it just goes on and on and on. And I've heard everything that has been said tonight. I have heard over the years where I have come and I've listened to the pain of this community. And I am determined to see this city transformed. That's why I'm sitting here. I am not going to negate my responsibility, and leaders make really hard decisions. They make really tough decisions. I make friends after 12 or 1 a.m., whenever it is that we leave here. I'm not interested in being anyone's friends. I tell my staff that too, because I always have to make really hard decisions. And I like to be accountable for what I commit to do. And I do it with integrity, I do it with honesty, and I do it with everything that I am. And I take the time to really deeply reflect about the things that I need to decide. And sometimes you hear me on this dais and I might seem really fussy because I'm determined to see transformation. I don't believe in change. Change is for a moment. I believe in transformation because it means that we have to change our mindset. It's a heart change, and it's really important in this city. And when I think about the 81 officers, uniformed staff that we have, I will tell you that 45.6% of those staff have been with us for 5 years. So when I think about them being with us for 5 years, I think about me as a child, as a teenager, as a young adult growing up in my parents' home, being responsible for having to get something done and doing it for somebody else so I didn't get in trouble. I didn't appreciate that. And I'm telling you, we talk about it still to this day, all of us. I don't like it. So I think about these 45.6% of those 81 officers, that's 37 officers, who, if I say no today, I am making them responsible for the past, and I'm not as a good leader. Great leaders take us where we don't necessarily want to go, but we need to go there.
We must go to the future, and it doesn't mean that I'm forgetting about the pain that has been created by poor leadership, by things that have happened in this community that should have never happened. I'm not forgetting that. I'm well aware of it. And yes, this city needs to find a way to pay homage for the pain and hurt that it has caused. I've said that when I came here, and I still hold on to that. We need to apologize, and we need to figure out how to begin healing holistically in this city, period. It's not an option, we must do it. And at the same time, while I am saying that, I also have to be responsible to create a pathway for us to go forward and not punish the 45.6% of the staff who have been here for 5 years and who have been serving us. I have to acknowledge them. And if I say no, I'm not acknowledging them. And they deserve to be acknowledged. And if I don't say what I've said today, that we need healing in this city, I'm not acknowledging the families that have been hurt by the things that have happened here. Good, bad, or indifferent, no matter what you might think from a legal perspective, policy does not necessarily fix pain and hurt when we're not honest in the dialogue. It takes honesty. It takes relationship. Someone said today, what kind of relationship do we have with our policing department and in our community? And that's why I brought up when I talked about culture. And this is not the first time we've talked about culture. And Chief Todd understands culture, and I'm counting on him. We do believe in reform. I deeply believe in reform. I'm deeply committed to our police department being reformed. If that's the only thing I do in the 4 years I'm here, if that's the one accomplishment I have, that will be the best accomplishment that I can possibly have, because it means that we can have a vibrant place to live, and it means that we can have a place where people are safe, where they are cared for, and that we can thrive, if I do nothing else in these next 4 years. And I want to tell you that there are about 17 or 21% of our officers who have been here from 6 to 10 years, and then 19% have been plus 15 years. And so the bottom line is, I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Matias. I didn't create this policy, and I can say it to the mayor and everybody else. I agree. I didn't create this policy. I would have never agreed to this policy in the way that is written. I understand what the city was trying to do. They were trying to stop the bleeding, whatever it was that was going on. I get that. And it took 2 years to do nothing. I'm just going to say it just like that, for all the different reasons. And we are here today. We are here today. And the only way we can truly move forward as a city with our policing is each and every one of us, we're going to have to walk with a heart of forgiveness. And forgiveness is not for the other person. Forgiveness is for ourselves. Because when we don't forgive, we are living in bitterness and we can't go forward. And it's hard sometimes to forgive. But we must forgive so we can all go forward. And we as a city leadership, from our city manager to our city attorney to my colleagues, everyone sitting on this dais, the staff, we have to do a better job in how we lead, how we communicate with our community, how we are transparent with our community. We must do a better job. Our community deserves that. And that's what I just want to share with you all tonight. I love this city. I don't know everyone in this city. I love every community member here. I am serving with commitment to each and every one of you. And I hear the pain. I hear it. I go to North Vallejo, I go to different places where we are having shootings and all of these different things. And my heart is broken. We must move forward, and we must have a plan in many directions that will pull us forward to have the safety that we need. And I agree with many of us. We may not like this plan. This plan is what we have. There are policies and procedures around bargaining. We can't take it back. And this is what we have. And this is what was committed to 81 individuals. At the time, there were 67, so there's 20 plus more. But this was the commitment. Good, bad, or indifferent.
Vice Mayor.
I'll try to be brief since it was after midnight. First I want to clear the record a little bit because I guess my briefings were very different from the two of yours because I don't agree with the record that we were briefed on this. I think when we were briefed on it, the least that I recall was that we were kind of dumbfounded that VPA wouldn't agree to this, and I had asked, well, can we at least see what the draft is? And that's when you sent it to us during the closed session meeting. So that was the first time that I had seen this. And so it was, by then you've already negotiated and it was too late. So it wasn't this council that agreed to this, it was the previous council before the three of us took office, but that's regardless. The other thing that I want to clear the air on is, I don't think that you're correct in that California law doesn't allow you to claw back funds once it's given to an employee. Every case that I've looked at shows that the employee wins every time in court when they sue an employer for taking money back when it's been given to them in a paycheck. So the notion that we can just take this back if they quit the next day is out the window because that's not true. But with all that being said, in my years of education, you can't punish everybody just for the few that are the bad apples in your group. So whether we even have bad apples still in the department, that's for the chief to decide and to work out. But I think that we can't punish all of the police officers for that. I think that this council that's sitting here today has made public safety its #1 criteria. And I think that we have demonstrated that we will do whatever it takes to try to make the city safer. And to me, that means more officers. And to have more officers, we need to have recruitment and retention. So I am voting yes for this.
All right. You know what? I'm going to move us to a motion now that everybody's through.
Okay. I move that we approve the side letter agreement between the City of Vallejo and the Vallejo Police Officers Association, VPOA, for the recruitment, retention, and referral incentive plan and notice of intent to amend fiscal year 2025-2026 budget to appropriate expenditure of $2 million for recruitment and retention, step 1 of 2.
All right, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries with Mayor Sars opposed.
All right, thank you. We are going to move through item 9D now. Oscar, City Clerk, to announce this item.
Provide notice of intent to amend fiscal year 25-26 budget to appropriate $1.150 million for public safety measures to reduce violence. This is step 1 of 2.
All right, thank you. We have Chief Taw here. Maybe we can do a quick version of the presentation and we'll go ahead and open up our public comment period as well on this item.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council. I'll make this, I think, rather brief. It is really at the direction of the council from last week that we bring these 5 items back to you all to decide whether or not you want to amend the budget for fiscal year 2025, 2026. So as of last week, we talked about these 5 items. Deputy Chief Knight is here with me today. He's going to talk about the last item, the vision program, number 5. But based on these 5 items, it was directed to us last week to look at approximately $1.15 million for these items listed. The first item is the security tower cameras. These were the cameras that are mobile. They're able to be placed in locations that are experiencing crime problems. Not only do they deter crime, because there's a higher risk with the offenders being captured on video, but also it does add a very valuable investigative tool. So when crimes are committed in the areas of these cameras, we have a very good resource to be able to gather evidence to aid us in making an identification and or an arrest. The second item was the summer block party program. This was directed to look at approximately $50,000 to apply towards strengthening neighborhood bonds and trust, supporting permitting and other costs associated to block parties, which would include food, miscellaneous supplies, and then other expenses that go along with it. The third item was to allocate approximately $300,000 for youth program subsidies through GVRD, and I think we have Gabe here from GVRD if we wanted to talk about that program in more detail. But essentially, same premise as the block party program. This, although, is to really establish a platform for young adults to have enrichment programs to keep them out of trouble and provide positive programming for them. The Safe Start to School program, this was a initiative that we had started previously with Council Member Ledeju, where we provided traffic safety awareness, and we're committed to doing so in the next school year, for Lincoln, Hogan, St. Vincent, and Pennycook schools. So this provides added enforcement presence to pretty much bring more attention to educate drivers and have them drive more responsibly in areas that we know children walk or they bike to school. And then last item, I'm going to turn this over to Deputy Chief Knight to just speak to the vision program and the money allocated by council for that endeavor.
Just as a reminder, the Vallejo Vision program is a gun violence reduction initiative. VISION stands for Violence, Intervention, Support, Improving Our Neighborhoods. It embraces a shared approach to public safety. It is a non-enforcement centric program. It's actually a citywide approach, which is why we have the program administrator through the city manager's office. Natalie Peterson has been doing a fantastic job helping us get this program up and running. It identifies individuals most at risk for committing gun violence or being victims of gun violence, and it balances an approach of services and support with accountability for those candidates of the program. And council was so gracious to offer up to $300,000 to get that program up and running. We are in the process of formulating an RFQ so that we can identify the organization or organizations that will be the pillar of our services and support. We're not originally had any money allocated before getting possibly awarded the CalVIP grant much later next year. So this money would give us a good jump start in servicing those programs.
The next slide, Minnie. So our recommendation tonight is to appropriate the amount not to exceed $1.15 million for public safety measures to reduce violence. And I know we kind of breezed through these topics really quickly, but we are happy to answer or go into more details on any of these areas.
Great, thank you. My recommendation to the council is that we expedite this because we will have a step 2 at the next meeting. I do see council members Gordon and Matulik. My recommendation is that we keep it brief and vote soon. Councilmember Gordon, go ahead.
by all means, that's my plan. I just want to know if you can please add Grace Patterson to that Safe to School, because as you know, they cross over Highway 29 and they go through Fifth Avenue, Sheraton. You know, it's not always a safe opportunity. So I'd like to know if we can please add Grace Patterson Elementary School.
Yeah, no problem.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation here. And kind of to Councilmember Gordon's point is the way it's formatted right now, and the fact we're at step 1 of 2. If we identify other aspects that we want to kind of tweak within this item, for example, if we identify that funds from one pot we're not going to meet that, are we able to move it to other parts of this pot? For example, like the $300,000 was a number that we threw out for the GVRD. Whether that we get that many applications to do that, what's going to happen to the funds we don't use? Do we lose that, or are we able to move it to a different pot? For example, to another security tower. So those are the type of questions I want to make sure that we have that ability within the next 2 weeks to identify what we do with funds that we're allocating and what is said in this plan right now.
Yeah, that's a great question. I believe that when we come back and revisit any one of these topics, so for example, the security towers, it allows for up to 500,000, but if the council chooses to kind of augment the staffing strategy or the strategy on deployment of this equipment, I think that we could probably do that at a later date. I'm just speaking, just layman's terms. I don't know administratively how that looks for the funding piece of it, but I do think that this is kind of, in my mind, the upper echelon. And then if council would like to kind of tweak or make adjustments to reduce that, I think it would be much easier. However, to exceed it, I think it would be a little bit more difficult.
And so my question is, and this is to staff, is we're looking to approve this after this step 2 of this, of the 1.15 million overall. Now, what we do with those pots of where they're distributed, we still have that flexibility, or do we need to identify that on the 22nd, exactly where each number goes?
We have the finance director coming up.
You are approving it very specifically for a program, so it would be for that program. For instance, GVRD, we're giving them the 300. So if you decide to do something else with the money, we have to take it back from them and then give it to the next program.
So so this is my question for that specific program, and no offense to GVRD, but there's other programs that are out there that other nonprofits that are doing great work with some of the kids to keep them off the street. So in my mind, and this is what I've gotten from the community, is why is it just GVRD that we're giving money to for summer programs and year-round programs when there's other programs out there that are doing similar or alternative things that maybe GVRD doesn't do. So if it can be GVRD or just summer programs in general, and not specify to a certain entity, but if they do apply to GVRD, then they would get the money. So this is where I'm trying to understand, where is the flexibility with the nomenclature of how we're putting this whole program, the funding sources and the amounts and all of the minutia to the final plan that we have to approve on the 22nd.
If I may, Madam Mayor, just, I think you can, this is step 1, and at step 1 you can alter. I can't speak to the motion. These were your motions, and we bound them up into the motions that were made at your previous meeting. I do think, though, as you look at trying to stack up a program, if you're trying to implement something quickly, then you try to fit those within the framework of something that we kind of already have. Our relationship with programs that are developed by GVRD is an existing program. Having GVRD look at providing what I will call scholarships, for no better word, to individuals who can't afford to participate in their program today was where the council wrapped your discussion around previously. Can you change your mind now? Sure. At step one, you can change your mind and say, well, we want to split that in two different ways, and perhaps you want to apply grant funding to other nonprofits who provide services to youth. I'm never going to tell you at step one you can't change your mind, because you absolutely can. I think what the finance director was speaking to is once you take step one, you're going to bind yourself into these individual pots that you've assigned, and there would be, we'd have to somehow unravel that as part of, or not proceed to step two and redo a step one. The council's action, as I understood it, and I'm only speaking to this because
The city manager's been
wasn't
trying to get
here.
in.
Yes.
He's hoping to
I'll
weigh in.
just jump in real quick. So city staff is happy to come back as part of step two with some options for distributing that amount of funding among different youth-serving programs. So the city council has an option at that point if you'd like.
And I think that's the point I'm trying to get at, is because we kind of abruptly identified these programs and said what we said last week, just to get this money allocated. Now I want to, and this is to my colleagues, is within the next 2 weeks, we need to identify exactly where the amount of money and where do we actually want to put it, and because it's going to be locked in once we set this. So I just want to bring that out to my fellow
The total
colleagues.
amount will be locked in, but if you'd like,
Yes.
we can also, for the youth program category, but we can come back, as I said, for step two with some options of different ways to distribute that among different youth-serving programs. And the city council can make that decision at that time.
Correct, and that's my point of making sure that we have that whatever flexibility we have, or the ability to change it, because do we really need the 300,000? Is it a full 300,000 for the vision program? So it's things like that I haven't seen, that those are the finite, defined, exact numbers that go for some of these programs that we're saying that we're allocating this amount of money for.
So at step one, I think somebody else already explained this, but at step one, it's a cap. If you
Yes.
decide to go under that cap at step two, you can do that. What you wouldn't be able to do is go over that cap at step two without going back to redoing your step one.
And that's my point, is that we're capping, we're talking about the 1.5 million, and what we do within that, that's still up to us to formally decide come the 22nd, correct? No?
No.
It has to be today. Okay, so.
For step one, you would be allocating pots. You can describe them a little broader if you want to, but you would be allocating pots based on the direction that you gave us at your previous meeting. If you wish to make it broader, as the city manager just stated, you certainly can do that. And then at step two, you can allocate within that. So an overall youth or whatever, I can't remember what you said, but something like that. Yes, you can do that at step one and then allocate within that pot at step two. But you wouldn't be able to take $300,000, if you say $300,000 for vision, you wouldn't be able to take $150,000 of that for vision. Well, you could take $150,000 of it for vision and apply it another 100. You wouldn't be able to apply the other 150 in some other area. That would take a reallocation under step one.
Thank you for that clarification.
We'll go over the vice mayor and then back to Councilmember Gordon.
I guess I would like to put forth that we should move forward with what we already have. I think that we want to move this quickly. We're trying to move public safety quickly, and these programs are already getting started. It's already after the 4th of July. So to now try to find programs over the next few weeks and try to reallocate money, I think that we don't have time for that. So I propose that we move forward with the original plan as proposed.
Great. Thanks. Councilmember Gordon, you had a quick follow-up?
I just wanted to say that I feel like the program that the funds that's offering to GVRD is important. Being someone who sit inside of a lot of the meetings, I hear that $300,000 is nothing compared to what people have come there to ask for fee waivers, and also they provided $25,000 to the late night basketball. So a person who also took advantage of fee waivers to help my family be able to participate as youth when they were younger. Truly appreciate that. And if it's okay through the mayor, since he's sat here with us, can he speak to how beneficial this $300 would be, since he sat here this whole entire time?
We have the GVR director in the audience. If you have anything briefly you want to say, you're welcome to address us. It's also 12:30, and
thank you.
We're ready to.
Yeah, I'll make it brief.
And you can raise the podium on the right, lower right.
No, it said up to 300,000. So any amount it's for the kids. It's for the kids at risk. It's really not for staff or to make our offices nice. So even if it's under a category of youth services, and then you parse out some for GVRD and some for other nonprofits, personally, for me, I think that's the best. And I think that just sharing, an amount that's dedicated towards youth is what's the core of GVRD and what's the core of what the city wants to do, and the police to help curb at-risk youth or just violence. So that's all I want to say is that, thank you very much for even thinking of us to give us any money. So
Thank you.
thank you.
I'll just quickly say I agree with the vice mayor. I think we should stick with what we talked about and stick with GVRD programming, just because we're pressed for time, and we'd have to do an RFP and all sorts of things if we went for other nonprofits. So I just think go with what we know. We have youth programs. We said we're going to subsidize. We did an up to, and the expectation I would have is that at the next meeting we have at least a sort of rough proposal of what that would look like in practice, what programs there are. Because we had made a couple points last week that programs are, by the time we roll this out, most of the summer programs are going to be done. So what can we even fund? What does that look like? How much do we actually need? And I think we tried to kind of overshoot on these amounts with that in mind, just so that we would have options later. So I just wanted to note that. And I see Councilmember Lettaju, and then I'm going to push us to a motion.
Can I have our finance director come up real quick?
And through the mayor, while she's coming up, we do have a public comment on this item.
All right, we'll call that after this.
I think we're going to have to do some adjustments as it relates to the dollar amounts. And so what I would expect, just saying it both to our city manager and the CFO, is that when you bring it back to us, that we have a deeper discussion around potentially what those adjustments need from a dollar perspective. Because the $1.1, $1.2 million may be pushing our budget a bit if we don't have alternative funding, like the opioid. I don't say that well. But, and I understand our other fund, it's environmental, so we can't use that one-time funding. So I just want us, when we come back, to be really transparent, to see where we may have to decrease on on the total value. Correct?
The total value of the 1.1?
The 1.15, yeah.
That's up to council.
I realize that's up to council, but if it's coming out of the general fund and it reduces our general fund to what, 23 point something, which based on the email that I got, when I inquired about it coming from the general fund and I think it brings us down a little bit below our GFOA.
No, it will not bring us below. Okay. We will be still maintaining 2 months reserve.
Okay, so my point is, my goal wasn't to take it out of general fund. That's the bottom line. I wasn't looking to take it out of general fund. I was looking at it to potentially, I had a sidebar conversation while we were talking about this. You all were not here for different reasons to really have a discussion when I added the dollar amounts. So I just really want to talk about what's the impact when you bring it back to the general fund, if there's other alternatives from one-time sources versus our general fund to even reduce the amount from our general fund. I want to be mindful of that. So that's all I'm asking for.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's call our public commenter and then we'll get a motion.
And C, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, you guys, Ann Carson. My big question around this was kind of tagging on to Councilmember Lediju's general comments and that was, where is the money coming from? And I have to admit, when these proposals came forward from the special meeting we had on violence, I was like, well, how is it that we have the money for this? Because I thought for the next fiscal year budget, we were talking about the need to cut and austerity and blah, blah, blah. So, $1 million for this, $2 million for retention bonuses, 8 million or whatever it is for the sheriff. It's like, oh, it starts to really add up. So that's my big question and concern. And then I just want to make one comment about one item, and that is about the support for block parties, which I like the concept. And I can tell you in my area in District 4, we have some people who hold epic block parties, and they work at the planning on that for months. So my comment is really, we may need to be flexible about some sort of gathering, and maybe it is in different districts, particularly that are affected by violence, but maybe it's not necessarily organized by the blocks and neighborhoods themselves. Maybe the city hosts a pizza party, for example, or something, pizza party with something extra for kids, just because the amount of work it takes to pull together a block party and get the food and the barbecues and the tables, it is a lot of work, I can tell you. So if the end in mind is that we want to be able to support gatherings, particularly in neighborhoods that have had violence, those areas might have families that just don't have the time and the bandwidth to organize a block party, but maybe they would attend something else that the city put on. That's my only comment. Thank you very much. And oh, by the way, I do want to say I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of council members Matias, Lediju, and Bergenser, and the previous discussion we had about the bonuses. I am willing to see the wisdom of their perspective on that for public safety, even though I am uncomfortable with some of the past behavior of the department. And
we're just going to ask you to keep it on the current item. We don't want to push it too much.
And with that, I'll shut up. Okay, thank you.
That does it for public speakers at this time.
All right, are we ready for a motion?
Yes. So we move to approve the notice of intent, right? Okay, so I move to approve the notice of intent to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget to appropriate $1.15 million for public safety measures to reduce violence, step 1 of 2.
All right, we're ready to vote. We're going to have to wait for Councilmember Lediju. All right, I think we're there now.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. We have finished up, we've continued the rest of our action items. We have nothing on the information calendar, which means we are to the city manager's report. I'll just ask everybody to, let's just get the rest of the meeting done.
Just want to report that we, as you know, the Navigation Center has opened and has welcomed its first guests, including a number of folks who relocated there from the cleanup that happened by the ferry terminal. The downtown string lights have been installed. I know that's been long awaited, so please enjoy those next time you're downtown. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
All right, thank you. That brings us to the city's attorney's report.
Thank you. No report this evening.
Okay. That brings us to our second community forum. We'll start our 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council that did not speak at the previous forum is welcome to do so. I know we had many in-person speakers who are no longer here.
Right.
Do we have any that
We have
are?
9, but we'll just call them in order, and if they're not here, we'll just keep moving on. So
Okay.
I think Paula Bauer is gone. Jimmy Jen has left. Roz Cinnamon Johnson. Letitia Owens. Shauna Greenwood. Crystal G. Marzalie Ridgell. Chris Kelly.
All right, Chris is here, so we'll call her up.
And we do have one speaker online who would like to speak.
Good. I guess I could say morning again, council. I just wanted to say that first and foremost, I don't think it's appropriate for anybody to say to victims of police violence or anybody who has lost a loved one that they should forgive. I think it's insensitive. I think it's inappropriate. And the day when a police officer comes and takes your kid or your loved one and murders them, and you walk in these shoes, and then you can say what can be forgiven. Until that day, you cannot say anything. And for each one of you sitting up here who is very much aware of this corruption that is going on in general, and you're sitting here as if it's not real, or it's something in the past, or it might be it might not even be any bad apples left. It's absolutely ridiculous. The city has a culture of corruption, and you guys know about it. And some of you have already sold your souls out and voted against so that they can continue Klan rallies and different things celebrating the murder of people. And it's downright shameful. I don't expect you guys to be able to fix everything and come in, but to sit up and literally every conversation you have is about what's going to go on with the police. And not one time, who has introduced anything to help bring healing to the people who have been victimized in this city without us saying something? Yeah, we'll get a response. Or you'll get something from somebody who's really, truly a manipulator who sends you something like, Councilmember Gordon saying, oh, and this is before the election. Well, I'm meeting with Mr. Murray. He wants to meet with the families. I want to change things, things of that nature. And then afterwards, what? Silence. Because she's a politician now. And it's sad. And it's shameful. And I hope it's worth it. But we're standing on the right side here. All of you up here know that there are horribly wrong things going on in this city. Did you do it? No, you did not. But you know it, and you can do more. You can step up and do the right thing. I understand you have to do what you have to do. And yeah, being in leadership, you do have to make difficult decisions about things. I don't deny that. But at the end of the day, when you're looking at the scale, and you're putting things on this plate and saying, okay, we have to do this. But what are you doing on the other side to address the horrors that have happened, to help with the healing, to facilitate moving forward? Because I haven't heard any of you say anything about that. You somewhat acknowledge it, but I have a right to be infuriated and to be hurt. I'm not up here to abuse you or anything, but think about us and the decisions that you're making. And for the most part, I don't think you guys are corrupt, but I do think that when somebody uses their position and tries to manipulate and they're really just bad, it's really sad and it's really disgraceful. But I do appreciate you guys' service. But please just think about us. It's not just about the police.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
There was one last person on the list, but
I don't have right
That person's not here.
they're
to,
left.
the chair, I don't have right to
All
say
right,
something on that.
let's hold off until we get through the public comment. We'll
Okay,
have our
thank you.
reports after this.
Okay, Melvin Cohen, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Council, Council members, Mayor Soar, City Manager Murray, City staff, and community. My name is Melvin Cowan. I speak tonight as a resident system strategist, a community housing developer, and someone who's helped design a city department dedicated to address root causes of harm. Tonight's closed session included over 60 legal cases involving the city of Vallejo. This is a solvable red flag. By comparison, cities similar to ours in population like Richmond and Berkeley are seeing far fewer, averaging between 5 to 15. This volume is not normal. It's a symptom of systemic challenges that require intentional collective action. There's likely to be significant public funds towards legal defense settlements and outside counsel. I'd like to know what's the budget for this, and if there's not, how are we funding this process? Share trends, and let's create strategy and execute. Every dollar spent on litigation is a dollar we can't spend on housing, mental health, or youth. In Oakland, I had the opportunity to lead us alongside council leadership, community, and administration to create the Department of Violence Prevention. Between 23 and 24, the department was able to receive $28 million. That department now funds local healing center responses and has become a model for public health-based safety. Vallejo can do the same. Through the Legacy Village at Maria's Place, we're building a cross-sector model, housing, workforce, and behavioral health grounded in belonging. I share this because with meaningful collaboration, we can be the difference Vallejo needs right now. We heard loud and clear from Chief Tav tonight that services are going to be scaled back, and that's where we can step up collectively. Together, we could launch a municipal ombudsman and mediation program to address citizen complaints like San Francisco, build a litigation trends dashboard to foster transparency like San Diego, form an intergovernmental policy council to reduce regional legal conflict like the South Bay. Let's create a belonging fund modeled on Oakland and Richmond to support local groups working to prevent harm before it escalates, and evolve the Police Oversight Commission. Lean on our Bay Area colleagues like the Civilians Police Review Agency in Oakland for support on policy development. I have phenomenal colleagues that work on this. I'd be happy to connect the city to them. These recommendations are achievable. They are real models working in cities. These cities are accessible. Vallejo deserves to be known not for its lawsuits, but for its leadership. I encourage the city to seize the moment and boldly collaborate with community. Only together we can build a city where trust and healing are the norm. I stand by ready to collaborate, and I want to thank you all. Please drive safe when you leave tonight.
Thank you. Any other online speakers?
Last online speaker, Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I felt compelled to speak a second time tonight, had to head out, because I need to address something that can't really go unchallenged and was lifted up by my friend Chris Kelly, who knows all too well the realities of what we're speaking about. The dangerous minimization of the badge bending scandal being a result of what was mentioned tonight as a few bad apples. You know, this really erases the truth. It's not, badge bending is not an isolated misconduct. It's highly normalized department-wide practice that involved dozens of officers. According to just today's investigative reporting by The Sun, over 40 officers, 40 were tied to badge bending, and at least 20 of them still wear uniform today. This isn't simply some aberration. It's violent culture, and it's been protected by city leadership year after year, deep secrecy, and, a lack of political will. And we're hoping that changes. And this is why right now, like my colleague Melvin just mentioned, there's over 60 active legal cases involving our city. And this is the result, again, of bad actors or so-called bad apples, as was mentioned earlier. It's the result of the system functioning exactly as it was designed to. Not a few apples, a system. A system without accountability, without justice, and most definitely without care for the Black, brown, poor, and working class lives it's harmed. And yet, even now, council has refused to name or uplift these people who have been impacted. I have not once heard tonight the names of the victims. I have not really heard council acknowledge the grief of the families, trauma of survivors, the irreversible loss that's been caused by the city's failures. So when we say bad apples, it's not just like shielding the institution. It's literally like disappearing the lives that were shattered by it. And as we see people disappear in our communities, we're not going to stand silent. So I'm going to ask again. Will council finally choose the truth over silence and what seems to be comfort? Because I don't hear people bringing it up tonight. Or will you commit to full transparency? Will you release the records in full and publicly support our efforts for this accountability we've been calling for tonight? Not just so-called legal compliance. As I mentioned earlier, the community's watching, the world's watching, and it's difficult to continue to be polite about this kind of injustice. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
No other speakers at this time.
All right,
Madam
with
Mayor.
that, we'll close the community forum. That's going to bring us to reports of council members, and I see Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. First, I want to address the issue. I was already seated when there was an emotional moment in the Vallejo room, and the police chief Chow went to talk to Ms. Chris Kelly, and so did our city manager. And to my knowledge, they had decided they were going to meet. I was told something, but I wasn't sure of that. So that's all I can do. It was not something I promised, number one. Number two, someone who have also lost someone to violence, being that I'm from Oak Park, does not mean that I'm going to hold everybody accountable for that experience. But that for me to literally point me out, I felt that that was something else. But I've never known anything. I've tried to reach out to you multiple times. I have my phone number to prove it. So just as a person in general, someone who used to work with my son, so I would not think that you would have any bad blood, and if you did, I felt like you would be comfortable enough to call me someone who's actually been in my house. So if you have any concerns with me, I'm always available. I'm always transparent, and one thing I am not is a liar. So I do appreciate
I'm gonna encourage us to move off of personal.
Please let me finish.
Move off of the
Please
personal
let me
and go
finish.
into the general comments.
Please let me finish. So I would appreciate if anybody have any concerns with me, they're welcome to give me a call. Now, for my report, I would like to say that I had the opportunity to participate in the 4th of July, which I was so emotionally moved because from the beginning to the end, I was heard my name called multiple times. My children, Christopher and Charles, was in the back. My son, who's 28 years old, was so moved that he was in tears to see that all the work that I've done has paid off. To see this moment, and I was just as moved. I get tears thinking about it because sometimes when you do volunteer work and you don't get paid doing it, you don't never know how many people you've moved or touched. And to see that experience really moved me. And then Christopher, he got out the car and he danced, and everyone danced with him. Also, too, I want to let you know that the 707 kicked off Sunday night, and again on yesterday, was that Monday? Yeah, yesterday, and it too was amazing. I will be throwing the ball at the Seawee on Thursday at 6 o'clock. It's my second experience to be able to participate in our community and doing something amazing. Late night basketball will start back up again. As you know, 4th of July, we had a break, and it'll start back up again this Friday at 6 p.m. to midnight. And I just want to thank everyone for, I was going to say something else, but I kind of forgot, being a little bit emotional. That caught me off guard. But I just want to say thank you to everybody for supporting our community in the midst of whatever we're all going through. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Matias.
Just two quick items. So I want to formally request the following items, which I brought up at our public safety workshop in January. One, consideration of council to reduce speeds in school sites from 25 miles per hour to 15. Two, gun violence restraining orders, GVROs. Three, use of AB 22 to reduce speeds in designated business districts. And then for an update to our social nuisance ordinance. So I'm making a formal request for
Can you
those.
repeat just a smidge slower?
Okay, sure.
So I can write them.
Sorry.
And the city clerk can
So
also
reduction
write
of
them.
speed.
Show us the tape. Oh, you got them. All right, I'm going to write them real quick.
Yeah, and
You
then
can-
the
you can
last
do
one
same
is
speed.
the update to the social nuisance ordinance. These are all items I mentioned at the public safety workshop in January that I want to put in the queue for council consideration. And then the last item, the Economic Development Commission approved their work plan a really long time ago, and I would really appreciate it if this could make its way, their work plan could make its way to the agenda as soon as possible. We should be respectful to them. They spent a lot of time developing that, and they actually got their work plan approved ahead of even us approving our budget. And so I would appreciate if we can consider that and also consider the work plan for the Culture and Arts Commission, which is also complete, I believe. Kinda? They sent some recommendations for funding. So those two items from those two commissions, I would really appreciate if you can get them on the agenda as soon as possible, because they've been sitting in the queue for a while. Thank you.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to point out, it's been a busy end of the June from our last regular city council meeting to this regular city council meeting. So just to quickly go through a lot of the activities that myself and a lot of my council members attended on Friday, June 27th. The majority of us actually attended the Pisa Sanayan Appreciation Dinner that happened at the Vallejo, the Filipino Community Center, and then also that same night, the majority of this council attended the future leadership graduation ceremonies that occurred. And then on Sunday, the 29th, speaking of the seaweeds, I attended the Philippine Heritage Day for the Vallejo seaweeds, and so that was a great event. And they are actually looking for the rest of us council members to kind of be available to potentially throw out a first pitch at any of their remaining games. So throwing that out there. And then attended on Monday with the mayor the celebration for VCUSD coming out of the receivership. So I think that speaks to the collaboration that our 2x2 and our collaboration with the school district is something positive to look forward to. And then quickly going through the rest of the calendar of events. Obviously, the 4th of July parade, the majority of us were participating, and I think once again to speak to the great celebration that was that occurred then. And then this last Monday, I want to highlight the Joint Planning Commission along with our City Council meeting. The great feedback that I received of those conversations that happened through there, especially from our Planning Commission, to where we were moving forward a lot of the conversations of things that they weren't aware of that we as a group have to end up deciding together. So I look forward to more of those joint type of meetings and to help us move together as council being validated, or the commissions and boards being validated with a lot of the council decisions that we end up making. So that would be the end of my report.
Thanks. Councilmember Ledesju.
I'm not sure where the whistleblower program when it's coming back, but I'd like for it to come back before we go on recess. And if it's that you need my assistance and I need to come and work with staff to get it done, I'm willing to do that. But it is something that we need to move forward, and it's been quite a while. I know we're busy, but this is a really important piece to our safety processes that we're working on. So I'd like to know, when is it going to be re-agendized and brought back?
City Manager Murray, do you have an idea of when that'll be ready?
I don't know the specific timing off the top of my head. When we have our agenda planning meeting on Friday, I'll be prepared for that with that information. We'll see if we can get it back before council goes on its recess.
All right. I think I will just say quickly that I appreciate the ideas from colleagues on how to acknowledge those that were not comfortable coming to the 4th of July parade, particularly our Latino community and our immigrant community. And I want that not to be a one-off. I want us to think about ways that we can continue to support our vulnerable folks who are living in fear and reaffirm our commitment to our diversity here, and specifically with respect to some of the upcoming events like the Fiestas Patrias and the Dia de los Muertos, how we can do those events safely. And so I just kind of want to name that and say that that's something that I'm committed to. I also, we are going to have to shorten these meetings because to the point about, the ED plan has been, the commission plan has been on the agenda, I think, twice, and we've had to push it. So we either need to meet more often or we need to get through items quicker. And that's something we're going to have to commit to as a council because it's just not sustainable the way we're going. We're not going to get through everything we want to get through. So I'm going to, I'm happy to work on that, but it's going to need to be all of us as a team. And with that, I'm going to adjourn us at 1:02 a.m.